gonna see if there's a sneaky squad invite.
Oh, I've not sent one yet.
Aha! Then I can invite you.
Oh, how the tables have turned.
Indeed. Okay, well there's now one sent to you and one sent. There we go. Okay.
Have a little stand-up.
Yeah, a little bit. Like who's gonna click accept? You know, I said earlier
Rossabo
that.
had already done it. Rossabo
Well,
was
I didn't
on
see
the
it when
board.
I went there, and then after I clicked, it showed up. So, well, I mean, I said earlier that it's not so bad temperature-wise, but I'm starting to feel it now. But at least I have the fan on full blast, so
Yeah.
it's something.
I mean, I guess should we see how we do, and then if it boils, we can always just run away.
Yes, yes, I think that's a good call. Do you usually open up the window when it's cold, or do you think that just gets like hot air in?
It depends on the side of the house. So at the moment, I had all them open until the sun came around, and now I've closed them all.
Yeah.
And the bunnies have ice pods, and they have a fan. And
I'm
Fion's
jealous about
scared
them,
of the fan.
I would be too, to be
Fion
fair.
is.
If it was a giant fan, like the size of me, like just making sound and blowing, and you're like, I have no idea what this thing is.
She was just very like, I mean, she's still, it looks as if the bunk cam is frozen, but it's literally just because she's staring at it. Like, what are you? What is this? I tried giving her treats in front of the fan in the hope that that would make it less scary, but she's still not sure.
Did she accept the treats?
She did, but she was like, and then she immediately ran away.
Well, I feel for her. But
Yeah.
even if you're afraid of something, if it does make you feel less hot, maybe make use of that, you know?
Yeah. Hopefully she'll come around to it. Bless. I was trying to like the way that the bunny room is set up and the way where the plugs are. I've had to plug the fan in right next to their litter tray, and Jerry was trying to wee when I first set it up, and it was just blowing everywhere. It was just like, what's going on? He wasn't fast. He took it all in his stride. Whereas Fion was just like, the heck.
Jerry's a little bit more chill about it.
Yeah, I think he just appreciated it because I guess he's a lot more fluffy.
Also, he's older and, you know, wary to the world and wise.
Yeah. It's funny how he's like scared of some ridiculous things, but then things you'd think he'd be scared of, he's just not fussed about.
What ridiculous thing is he scared of?
His own shadow sometimes, his own reflection.
Ah. Well, maybe he doesn't understand mirrors.
Yeah.
You know. And sometimes you don't see yourself as the mirror sees yourself. So he might see like another strange bunny that looks a little bit like him, maybe, but is awfully suspicious.
Or he's intimidated by just how handsome the bunny that he sees in the mirror is.
Maybe.
He's like, oh my gosh, better not let that bunny in who's still my wife.
Exactly, yeah.
But Jerry, you are that handsome bunny.
Yeah.
I have my heat preventing measures are I've wrapped two like ice packs in a towel and they're on the floor and I've got my feet on them.
I mean, I guess that works, maybe.
My feet are freezing and my head is really warm, so the middle bit's probably somewhere in between. So I
don't
guess it
know if
balances
that's.
out.
I don't think that's how it works. But I have been told that if you're cold, it's important that your head is warm. No, well, yes, but like that your head should be warm, because like heat evaporates through the head more than anything else.
Yeah.
So like putting on a hat to keep it there is good to keep you warm. Though obviously like you can't walk around naked as long as you have a hat. Like you're absolutely gonna freeze then. But you know.
I guess if it was one of those like beekeeping hats that has the trail down, you might be able to get away with walking around naked with a hat on. Maybe. That stand up in court?
Probably not. Probably not. I think they'd be against that.
Aren't you meant to do things like drinking hot drinks so that your body goes, whoa, it's hot in here, I better cool myself down?
I don't believe in that.
You or something.
I don't believe in that because that just feels bad. I really think it does. Like if it's hot, would you have a hot shower or a cold shower? Obviously, you'd have a cold shower because that calms you down. I don't know. I guess drinking hot will heat up your internal body a little bit. So then your body adjusts to the temperature around you. But that's still not a goal because you don't want to be hot. You want to be cold. So, I don't know.
Oh, poor Fifi. You just see her little nose going. Her ears are right forward and she's just like...
Is she really afraid of the sun? I don't know.
I think she's just like... She's just curious. She'll get used to it, I'm sure. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. It's because it's quite an old fan, so it's quite rattly. I think it's just that she can hear a constant, like...
Oh.
Bless her.
Yeah. I mean, how this fan might be up for a while if the heat wave's going to continue, you know, so...
Yeah.
Hope she gets used to it.
The other problem I have when it's warm is that obviously you want to wear like lighter clothing, so I've put a vest on, but a lot of the time if I wear a vest my hair covers it in a way that makes it look as if not wearing anything at all. I'm like, that's not a good look for streaming. Like, oh boy, she really wants them subs now.
Yeah.
It's like the Yogscast Pride t-shirt. I went for the pink one, but the tone of it on my camera does make it look like just the same as my skin. So again, at the corner of your eye, it doesn't look good.
Did I look that? What the hell? Just like do the double take, you know? Did I look that? What the?
I didn't know you had Yogscast tattooed across your chest. That's how I got in. I was really committed.
Yeah, a super fan beyond all regards. Yeah, damn. Man. We talked a little bit about tattoos yesterday with Boba. What were you saying? What were you saying you were gonna have if you had to have a tattoo, like right now? What would you do?
The one I've always been tempted to get is a tattoo of Genevieve along the side of my tummy where she used to. Because basically every time I got home from work, I would lie down on the floor and she would come over and she would flop into Little Spoon and curl up there. So that's sort of like where she would be. So I'd have her there, like down my side.
Okay.
But I also hear that that's one of the most like painful places. So. Well.
Yeah. Well, I keep hearing different things about different tattoos. Like, some people have had it in many different places. Like, I didn't find that hurt at all, and so on. And someone's like, oh, that really hurt. And I don't know. I just figured you'd get it on, like, I don't know. I just think the classic thing, like on the side of your arm, like up, below your shoulder type thing. I feel like that's the most common tattoo place, right? Which is you can hide it with a sleeve if you want, or show it otherwise, you know.
The other one I've been tempted to get is getting a little bunny like behind my ear, because then my hair would cover it most of the time and people wouldn't really know, but I would know, and that would be like having her with me sort of thing. But I don't know. I'm not really a tattoo person, to be honest. Like, I don't like. I like them on other people, but I think I'm too. When I did photography, I would, and when I still do it now, I would stare at one bit and then that would be all I would see, would be that imperfection. And people would be like, oh, that's a really nice photo. And I'm just like, how can you not see that one bit that was slightly underexposed and it's horrible? Then I think if anyone did a tattoo, because obviously it's human, a human doing it, so there's bound to be human error. And I would just be like staring at it like, I hate that one bit. I worry that I would do that. So that's why I don't think I could ever get one.
Well,
Unless I got
I've
it
never
somewhere I
been a
couldn't
tattoo
see.
guy. If you can, well, I mean,
Yeah.
that's easy enough to do. Just do behind or whatever, like on your
Put it
back,
on my butt.
or
Never have
or
to
your
know.
butt or whatever. Yeah, then you don't know if it's bad. I mean, you still will because you will want to see it when it's done. Otherwise, what's the point? So you like get your
Yeah.
mirror thing up, so like you know, that sort of thing. But I don't know, man. Like, I've never been a tattoo guy either. Like, to each their own. A lot of people love expressing themselves with them. It's fantastic. But I've never really been a huge fan of them in general.
Yeah.
I don't have anything
think
moral. I don't have anything like moral against them or anything. I just like seeing, you know, normal skin, I guess, you know?
Yeah, I think like for me, every time I found a tattoo artist that I like, I would always just like to have their art on the wall rather than on me.
Yeah.
But again, like I know some people
Well-
who have really lovely tattoos, and I love it on them, and I like it fits
Yeah.
with them. But I just don't think it would be a right fit for me.
I often, well, then again, like I often think that what fits for someone adjusts over time, right? So
Yeah.
if someone doesn't have glasses and then they start wearing glasses all of a sudden, and you're like, wow, that's weird for them. And then a year afterwards, like, yep, that's normal. Like they have glasses, that fits them. You know, you adjust that a lot. If they change hair color, if they change hair style of clothing, you know, that sort of thing in general will adjust, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, I see someone in your chat. When is the Briony and Rudian podcast coming out? This is basically it. This is basically it.
is.
To be honest, yeah, I want to get it started, but it's so easy to not sit down and do it. And let's be honest, Briony isn't helping any, so it's basically all me. But it's so easy to just, you know, I've got other stuff to do, and we talk a lot anyway on the streams. So
Yeah.
still, I think it would be fun though. But yeah,
We can
just have
set
to
a
get around
date.
to it. Okay, should we
The
set a date
problem I
now?
had was that I recorded, because for some reason, it's because we had 2 guests that we had to fit in, so I ended up recording 3 comfort zones in 1 week, and that
Oh,
was the
damn.
week that you were like, "Oh, do you want to do it?" And I was like, "Oh, I've forgotten. There's no days left now." So yeah, that means
Yeah.
I'm ahead of those now. So
It's true.
I do have time. Don't have to talk
Okay.
to Kirsty for weeks now.
No, thank God. Am I right? Well, on Tuesday and Wednesday I'm recording, and then I'm streaming afterwards. So it will either have to be after stream or another day. How are you on Thursdays?
Thursdays is
Thursday's
you days.
Stardew. Yeah, that's Stardew
Yeah.
Day.
2 days.
So we could record early while Boba and Silas are cupheading anyway. So we could try to do some talking.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Evenings are sometimes better just because then Alex doesn't have to be in the room.
Okay. I could do
'Cause
evenings.
otherwise you hear him, he giggles to himself a lot whilst he edits.
To be fair, we are hilarious. So therefore, when he edits us, I don't blame him. Okay, we can do evenings. Like after stream time ish.
There needs
Before
to
I
be a
get.
Kirsty Ridian podcast to complete legally distant triangle. Oh no! Oh no!
Yes.
And then we'll all just
Okay.
guest on each other's podcast constantly.
Yeah, it'd be great. I like it. I think we make for a good trio for stuff.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the escape simulator stuff we did. That was fun. Should we try to pencil in Thursday evening? Roughly, give it a go.
Yeah, that sounds good. Good.
Okay. Gouda. Guys,
Gouda.
get your questions in so we have something to talk about. Brian and I will do our best to try to find like one subject each that will fill some time for us to talk about, which shouldn't be hard considering how
We ramble
long we
on
can
anyway.
we can ramble on with nothing prepared. So, and
I'll
then
try
but
not
then
to
if you
talk
have some
about
questions,
wrestling. 'Cause
yeah.
I'm angry at wrestling right now.
Oh
so
yeah.
I won't.
Okay, fine. We won't talk then.
They did a story move and it really upset me, and I don't like it.
Okay, well now I have to know. What did they do? We don't have to talk a lot about it, but what happened?
Christian betrayed Jungle Boy.
No.
I'm furious. For ages, he's been built up as this like father figure to
The
him.
father
and he
figure, the
protected
mentor,
him, and he
yeah.
was so nice. And then last night, out of nowhere, I mean, I'm guessing I know what's happened. My guess would be that because of what happened with Jeff Hardy, Matt Hardy now needs someone because he broke from his stable and he needs a tag team partner essentially because that's what he does now. So I'm guessing that they're building up to, they're like, okay, who can we put him with?
Matt and Christian versus
go.
Jungle Boy
Yeah.
and Luchasaurus.
That's what I'm guessing it's building up to. But they didn't have to do it like that.
You didn't have to do it like that. No, man. It
was horrible.
It is horrible because Christian, I don't know. He's good. He's good at acting. Like he does good acting stuff. So you believe him when he's a good guy, and that means it stings even more when he's a bad guy.
It was just so it made me really sad. I was literally like, I don't often shout at the telly.
Oh,
I was there like, no.
Wow. That's a good sign, though. It's a good sign that you're invested.
Yeah. I suddenly realized I'd forgotten all about the MJF stuff because I just became so invested in everything else that I was
you
just
didn't
like...
give a shit about that anymore. It was just like, no, Jeff Hardy himself.
And I was like, oh yeah. Oh, my poor Jungle Boy. It was in front of his mum and his sister as well, and it was his birthday yesterday.
No.
Yeah.
That's
I have to write a strongly worded letter. I will. Dear Christian.
Mr. Cage. Is he called Christian Cage anymore, or is it just Christian?
He's still Christian Cage.
Okay. You just shorten it down because he doesn't deserve to get his full name read out.
No. Also, Christian Cage sounds like what they would have put people in to feed them to the lions.
In Roman times, we shall put him in the Christian cage. Oh no! But then the audience also go, yeah, it's because they love violence. That's what they did back then, you know.
Jungle Boy is the one who sits on the shoulders, Rob. He sits on the shoulders of Luchasaurus.
Yes.
The dinosaur.
He's the shoulder sitter.
Dinosaur.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a dinosaur, but just you know, in human form. Really. Yeah. It's well, yeah. I mean, those are your favorites, aren't they? So, you just basically watch your favorite wrestler get betrayed horribly.
Yeah, because they've always been like such a force for good.
Yeah,
like everyone
when Christian
else has had
came in,
moments, but
yeah. Well, they're probably like some of the. They may not be the most popular Jungle Superstar, but I think they've got the most goodwill, like the most genuine fan love behind them and stuff. Like everyone obviously like, oh hell yeah, excited about Kenny Omega, oh hell yeah, excited about Brian, CM Punk, etc. whatever. But people love Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus. They're like the hometown boys. They're like the best one that everyone loves.
Yeah.
Which is why it's easy heat to turn on them, pretty much. That's how it works. Yeah.
Best friends are back though, so that's nice. Because they fell apart with bloomin' Wheeler Yuta going off and doing his own thing and joining up with your boy William Regal.
He's a good guy, surely. William Regal.
He's so weird.
I mean, he is, but he's a good guy, right? I can't imagine getting people to boo William Regal. That's way too hard, I think.
Yeah.
Some wrestlers, once they've been around long enough and they're respected long enough, you can't get people to boo them because they're just too beloved. They can't be bad guys anymore. It doesn't work.
It was
like
a bit
that.
like that with Christian actually, because everyone was booing him because of what he'd just done to, because he did the concerto on Jungle Boy's head.
Oh wow, yeah.
And then and it looked as if he hit. It looked as if it had been a while since he'd done one, and he actually smacked him in the head. But
Oh no.
he then was like walking out, and everyone was like, "Boo, boo!" And then he stood at the top of the ramp, and he put his arms up, and everyone was like, "Yeah, wait, what? Boo!"
Yeah, it's wait. Oh damn it! No, it's Christian. Sorry.
I think you just see him be like, "Yay!" and everyone's like, "Yay! Wait, what? No!"
Very nice.
It's like when Jericho turned heel, and everyone was still singing along to his music, like, "Yay!" He's like, "No, I'm
Boo!
bad now."
But Judas also. Yeah, Judas. But I mean, boo. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, the show must go on, and I'm.
Yeah.
If I know wrestling, if I know good wrestling writing, which in AEW usually the case, Jungle Boy will absolutely get his revenge eventually. So don't worry about it. He'll come back strong.
Revenge.
He'll come back strong from the concerto, and Luchasaurus will be out on the warpath, and they'll kick Matt Hardy's and Christian's ass if those are the two.
He's just a baby.
He's not a baby.
He's just a baby.
Jungle
He's a
Boy
Jungle
Jack Perry is a
Boy.
man.
He's gonna become. This is his growth arc, and he's gonna become Jungle Man. He return
Jungle Man. I
more
hope
angry
not.
than ever.
You don't want to say he's a boy though. You're not entirely wrong. He's born in
He's
1997.
23 or something, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, it's 25 by now, but yeah, like.
Oh my
No,
God.
it's not old.
When you see pictures of him and Luchasaurus at like the wrestling training camps together, and Luchasaurus is already, I mean, he's obviously like, 63 billion years old or whatever, but he's like a fully grown adult dinosaur, and Jungle Boy is actually a boy.
Yeah.
Bless him.
Luchasaurus is 12 years older than Jungle Boy. Luchasaurus is 1 year younger than me. So, there you go.
Okay.
1985. I like stuff like that. I like finding out things like that.
There's a wrestler at the moment who is 7'4".
Alex is responding to me on Discord. Ah, there he is.
Oh yeah, I can see him typing to you.
I'm responding back to him.
But yeah, 7'4". He literally just steps over the top rope, and people look like the other wrestlers who normally look like big beefy guys actually just look like children. It's a lot of man. I can see the two of them typing to each other.
We're talking about Final Fantasy VII. There was lots of Final Fantasy news yesterday. He's getting a Steam Deck. Whoa.
Is it? Wait, are
Crazy.
you getting a Steam Deck?
Maybe the office is getting a Steam Deck. I don't know. Maybe I'm leaking stuff.
Is that a Steam Deck? Oh, okay. No, he's not game.
Okay. Okay. I guess it's an office thing. I leaked some information.
This is how he tells me things now.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your baby. Wait, what?
Just found out via stream, via Discord.
It's like there was a time that I walked in on Alex saying that his wife was pregnant, and it turned out he was playing Crusader Kings 3, and I was just there like,
I'm
wait,
a little
what?
bit confused there, but yeah. That's one of those classic things, right? Of like, if you ever go to like a Crusader Kings 2 or 3 forum and just read the texts of the posts, it's bizarre. It's like, my bastard won't assassinate my nephew. What am I doing wrong? Stuff like that. And you're like, hold on a minute.
Yeah, I think it was something like his wife was pregnant, but it might have been his son's, so he was gonna kill them both. And I was like,
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. Well, all right, you do you, I suppose. Right.
Hero
They're fun
death.
games, but yeah, the best part about the games is the stories they end up letting you tell. That's why I've always liked that
Yeah.
more than all the other like Paradox games that are like, grand strategy game. Oh, like take over this country, run the entire infrastructure. And you're like, whatever. But I love the idea of like picking one dude and then deciding ahead of time, like, okay, this is the type of personality he will be. this is my goal, and then you try that, and then just weird stuff happens to you, and you just roll with it and see what happens. That's kind of fun.
Yeah. I get too worried with games where I have to make decisions and they actually have consequences.
Well, that's most games, I feel. Well, maybe not most games, but I guess if there's linear, then you don't make any decisions. You just play through and see what happens.
Yeah, but things like Yes, Your Grace, where you have to decide which of the peasants can eat today, and then you find out that you let you didn't feed the orphanage because you fed the school, and you're like, and everything you do has such a horrible consequence, and you can never win. I don't get on well with those sorts of things. I just want to do everything and make everyone happy. Is that too much to ask?
Well, I mean, it is a lot to ask. But then I would recommend never playing a Telltale game. Because Telltale game's entire gimmick, right, is facing you with hard choices. And then no matter what you choose for your choice, they make it out that you made the worst possible choice, no matter what. Like,
Did they do a Wallace and Gromit one?
Yeah, that was early on, though.
That can't be too harrowing.
Probably not, no.
Surely.
But that was before Telltale, when they did Walking Dead, they basically changed a lot. Thanks, Freddy, for the sub. I hope you enjoyed the Critical Role.
I did the Borderlands one.
Yeah, I really loved that one. Thought that was great. And that was good because it was more comedic, right? That was a big part of it, which worked really well. That's by far their best one. Like, miles greater than their second best one, which is also good, which is The Wolf Among Us, which I also recommend. Everything else below, I don't know. Maybe not.
Are you not too fussed about the Walking Dead ones?
The Walking Dead, the first one, Walking Dead, was pretty okay. Second one, I thought was not as good.
Yeah.
Third one was full on garbage, so much so that I'm not even interested at all in the fourth one. So.
Yeah.
But but The Walking Dead particularly had the thing. It's like you have to decide who lives and dies, and you make a decision. And then as soon as you come back to the camper, it's like, you let him die, you're so horrible. And then everyone's like, and even the person you saved is like, I wish you let him live instead of me. Why are you so horrible a person? And you're like,
oh jeez.
Screw me, I guess. I'm sorry, I suppose. It's weird.
In the wolf one, do you have to decide who is sus?
No. They had that title before the stupid space game came out.
I played, what was it? Is it called like Goose Goose Duck or something? Which is basically like Among Us, but you're geese, but one of you is a duck, and you have to work out who's the duck. We played that for one of my friend's birthdays.
It should be called Among Us.
It was good.
Yeah. I mean, they're all based on, werewolves, really, so.
Yeah.
Which is good.
I just like doing the hide and seek version, because for me, that one's silly.
The hide and seek version?
Yeah, when you literally just like, straight away you say who the killer is, and then you just have to like hide, and they have reduced vision on the map, and you just hide from them, and then they just chase you around and kill you.
Yeah.
That is a good giggle.
That's a very different game, but it's fun on its own. Yeah. That's basically twisting the game entirely to be something else, but it was fun.
Yeah.
I don't know how long I'll be able to play just that though, but that was pretty funny.
But I think I really enjoyed Among Us at first, but then when everyone got really good at it, I stayed bad. That's when I stopped enjoying it.
That's immediately when I stopped being interested as well. Everyone got so good, and they played it so much. They just knew everything about it. They're like, you faked the tasks, you were there too long. It makes no sense you were there because the vent doesn't go from there. Like, they catch you in every single lie you do, and it's like, well, all right, congrats, Detective, what's his name? Benoit the guy from Knives Out, Daniel Craig.
Oh.
Yeah. Benoit Bonsoir. That's not his name. It's Benoit something.
Benoit.
Yeah. Hold on.
The cowboy detective.
What is his name? His name is Benoit Blanc, of course. Benoit Blanc. Or Blanc. It's French, so you don't really pronounce the C's. Blanc.
He's old Benny Blank. He's
Good old Benny Blank.
in the next one.
Indeed, which is called Glass Onion, which is
Crunchy.
interesting name. Also named after a song, apparently. Knives Out was named after something, and this is named after something. One of them is a Beatles song. I don't know which one. I think this one, not this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I hated what Rian Johnson did to Star Wars, but I really enjoyed Knives Out, so hopefully this one will just be as good. You watched Knives Out, right?
I did.
Yeah,
I really
liked
enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too.
I did. To be honest, I would have enjoyed it even if it was a bad film if Daniel Craig was just doing a cowboy accent. Because it just brought me a lot of joy.
What would you do with the Nazi child masturbating in the house? What is that accent, friend? Oh, God.
I loved it. And the fact that the film was also good, a bonus.
Yes, it was a bonus. A good bonus, I think. I thought it was really cool. And I'm excited to see the second one. I have no idea when it's coming out. I don't know if it's been...
Glass Onion is in the Beatles' White album. There you go.
There you go. And
Weirdest accent ever. I hear you and I raise you. Tesla, played by David Bowie.
in The Prestige, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you've got a point. You've got a point. Damn. Radiohead did the song called Knives Out. So there you go.
Ah. One of my faves is Rydian and Silas running from Duncan for the entire game. Oh, the Among Us. My favorite Among Us moment ever is Bree and I getting the double kill on you and you still being alive because you reported it, but then you got killed the split second after. And just the pure like...
And people refuse to let me talk. I'm alive!
Like, nope, sorry, I guess you did.
Yeah. I'll raise you even more a bad accent, by the way. Don Cheadle in Ocean's 12, 11, one of them. Horrifically bad English accents.
I don't really remember those films.
Yeah, I haven't seen them in ages, but people are often
who does a very good British accent, Claire Danes. To the point where I thought she was British.
Fair enough.
Because it's so good. Like you just can't tell whatsoever. I watched her in The Essex Serpent recently, and like a few episodes in, Alex was like, her accent's really good, and I was just like, what do you mean?
What do you mean? She's British, right? Isn't she?
She talks like that. She's British. But no,
they all talk like that, yeah.
Because of so many people praising what's his name, Moonlight guy.
Yeah, does he have a good British accent? I don't think
he
so.
does, but it's a very specific.
One.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Oscar Isaac is an extremely good actor, but I often feel like his English accent is so over the top. Like he has to say mate and in it in every sentence. It's like it's very extreme.
That's the problem. His accent itself was good, but it's the fact that just every now and then he'd just be like, "Oh, blimey, love a duck." Like, okay, that's a bit too far.
Yeah, like everything he says. Because you know the basics of what Moon Knight is about, right? I assume you haven't seen it.
I've seen all of it.
Oh, you have? Okay. Fair enough, yeah.
It went on for an episode too long, in my opinion.
I agree entirely. But the entire gimmick is, of course, to separate his two personalities. Like that, I think that one is obviously that's not really a spoiler. That was like revealed in the trailer. He's got like two different personalities and so on. So obviously they wanted to make sure it was very different in style. So I think they really overdid it with not only accent and mannerisms, but also like word choices. Like American tough guys, like, yeah, all right, I'm Oscar Isaac, but in a badass role. And then like, oh, blimey, governor, oh, I'm not the badass, oh. And it's like...
Hello, Mary Poppins.
Yeah, basically. Like, they really overdid it on that end. So it's... Yeah. I mean, I mostly enjoyed the show, mostly. I thought it was very slow in the beginning. It got interesting an episode, I want to say 4 or something, where they really started playing with identity and so on. But then mostly the last episode was just, and then they fight the bad guys, the end. And I'm like, right, all right, I guess, yeah.
I'd say it's worth it just to watch the penultimate episode because the acting in that, oh my gosh, that is a masterclass.
That was good. Oscar Isaac is really good. Like, he is often better than the roles he's been given in many things.
Yeah.
Like Star Wars, for example. I mean, he looked like he was gonna be like pretty good character after the first one. Not that he was amazing in that one, but he was like, all right, he could become like a good one. Poe, this guy. And then they just... Honestly, those last 2 movies are just such disasters, both of them, in so many different ways. It's hard to even start. If I start, I'm going to be here for 2 hours, honestly. So I'm just going to stay.
Save it for the podcast.
Exactly, yeah. We'll have a Star Wars conversation at some point. Have you seen all the Star Wars movies?
All of the like main ones, yeah. I've not seen like.
You've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And I went to see one of the like cartoony Clone Warsy ones, and but I've not seen the Christmas special.
Okay, well, neither have I. I don't really see much point in that.
Yeah, they're alright. I like Wide Kylo Ren. That brought me joy.
Yeah,
he was a good boy. Enough. Adam Driver.
I think
I just like
Kylo Ren was like more. Honestly, he was the best part of that entire trilogy, and they still didn't do anywhere near what they could have done with him. Without him, that would have been such a nothing series of movies. But he was interesting, I think, and they still didn't touch the surface of how interesting the character could have been, I think.
Yeah. I also like when Domhnall Gleeson says, "The Dark Order."
Order! I really like how they just told us, like, he just walked up to the directors, like, all right, so my character, Jim Hux, how am I playing it? They just went, Nazi. And he's like, got it. And then he just went full on, like, very much. Like, in that first movie where he's, like, holding a speech in front of, like, the gathered troop, it's full-on Hitler speech, honestly. Like, he's just standing there shouting out, they will bring order to the world. And then, like, he was actually scary, you know, in that one. Because, okay, that's... And then second movie, like, lol, he's a joke, General Hugs, or whatever. And it's like, all right, well, I guess... And yeah, I don't know. Okay, I said I wasn't gonna start, but damn, it's bad. It's real bad.
I stood in a tent with Domhnall Gleeson.
Yeah?
Does that count as having met someone that you've been in a small tent?
Well, how small was the tent? How many people were in it? And did you exchange a word?
We didn't talk. There was about 10 people in there. I basically worked on what's that movie where I think, did Angelina Jolie direct it or something? It's just a film that all takes place in a tank. Is it called like Fury or something, maybe?
Fury with Brad Pitt?
Maybe it's not that one. It's one that he did. Domhnall Gleeson and a few other people. There are other actors in the movie.
There are other actors in the movie. It's not just a solo thing. All right.
It was shot by... Oh my gosh, I can't remember what his name is now. Roger Deakins. Roger Deakins was the DOP on it. But I did a behind-the-scenes post-film interview filming on that. I was a camera assistant for that. So I got to be in a tent with all the actors, but I wasn't allowed to talk to them.
Behind-the-scenes post-scene interview, but you didn't allow to be allowed to talk. Tell you where I liked him in Ex Machina. That was a really good movie.
I've still not seen that.
You should. That's pretty good. That's a pretty interesting one.
Is it the same director as Men?
Maybe. Ex Machina. Ooh. Director Alex Garland. Alex Garland has also directed Men. Yes. I don't know what Men is. Men.
That's just normal men.
Yeah. Starring Jesse
men.
Buckley, Rory Kinnear. Rory Kinnear, I see him everywhere, I feel like.
Well, if you watch Men, he plays every single male role in that film apart from one. So you'll see a lot of Rory Kinnear in that
Fair enough. Okay.
In fact,
that's interesting.
You see a lot.
Oh, I see. I see.
Be prepared if you go and see it.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. Like, I haven't.
It depends, I guess.
Yeah.
My this is too much information.
Okay.
My knee pits feel very sticky.
Your knee what?
My knee pits.
Knee pits.
Like armpits.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. You need to get yourself like a piece of cloth that you tie around your knee. Like a towel.
Yeah.
That will soak
like
up the sweat.
Ice pack for your knees.
Yeah.
Oh. Should we
play the game? Yeah.
I feel like I'm about to go off on another tangent if we
yeah, it's easy.
wait any longer.
It feels like it easy enough could happen, you know, if we're not careful. So perhaps we should actually get around to it.
Perhaps.
Because it is a good case and it is interesting. And we need to save something for the podcast, so let's go.
Let's go.
All right, it is investigation time.
With my very cold feet.
So it is your turn to control.
What was happening?
So Susato just came back.
Stopped for. Are they getting the engineer? Is that what was
Well,
going on?
there were new witnesses coming, basically. Yeah, and they're getting the third party, the engineer. Hello? Oh, I forgot
Hello.
to. My bad. Hold on. I forgot entirely to set it to voice activity when I swapped to the game, so all of us was talking to me and myself in the stream, but nothing else. Yes, they were finding the engineer, the third party that wasn't Hairbrain and wasn't Odious ass man, Odious man. So Susato came back as well, as we can see here. And she was like, "No time for that. We must do the deal." And we did the deal, the trial. And then so we had an intermission until tomorrow before we continue the case with the engineer.
Okay.
We basically came out with the fact that well, it probably didn't teleport you, even though your hypothesis might have been right, though both. Herlock and Iris said it wasn't. He didn't actually build the machine. The engineer built the machine. And we think that was probably fake because they wanted to get the grant money, you know?
Yeah. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar.
Well, listen, cleaning up is hard, and I was feeling lazy, and I didn't know where to put everything, so I guess we can phrase it as I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. Oh, yeah.
So is your father.
I meant to maybe change the outfits because I was getting annoyed at the armband thing. But they're kind of all right. Susie isn't even wearing anything new. Like, wasn't she supposed to have a new outfit? Maybe it doesn't change for her yet. I don't know.
Oh no, I think we changed. We didn't put it.
We decided against
which
this
one
one.
I wanted.
Yeah. Okay.
We
well,
can change it so
tell
you
you what.
I don't know.
Yeah. I want to. No, well, I want to change. I want to change so that I don't wear it anymore.
Oh, I see.
So let's go back. Because I do think I prefer the original design. It looks interesting, but and cool, but the thing that annoys me the most. Iris can also go back to normal. Why aren't we seeing? Oh no, never mind. I'm dumb. He definitely should not wear that.
Yeah, I didn't want her to be, because when she pulls the book out of her sleeve, I was like, where does she keep it in this?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
And
maybe in the bag?
And it's the same thing for the armband. The armband is gone, so he just pulls at nothing. That really annoyed me.
Yeah.
All right, back to normal.
Blue, 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 blah, blue,
Blue,
blue.
blue 6 months, blue, blue 6 months, but it has to be 6 months true.
So is your father all right, Susie? What happened? My father?
Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why he went back to Japan. Because of the telegram he received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason.
That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that.
Well, we're all delighted to have you back.
It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium.
The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh!
You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan.
Yeah.
Thank you, Valji.
Yes, of course, I shall.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma.
How's this holiday going?
Yeah, exactly.
I know. I'll tell you all that I can.
She went to visit him on holiday.
Ah, back in Britain? When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
The awful trial? Oh, yes. For the murder of Giselle Brett.
Oh, you dressed as a man, then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Bruno?
Yes, I suppose so.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false moustache, maybe.
Yeah, why not? I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mrs. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter that it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it.
The Baskerville.
It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet.
Why would that be, then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it is, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets.
So are you gonna talk to Iris about her
Oh, yeah.
dad?
Oh, Susie.
That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there.
Oh.
Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend.
Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku?
Yeah, I think so.
Jigoku?
Or Jigoku. I don't know.
Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe.
Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say?
Yes, His Excellency, Judge Shishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court? You can't possibly have forgotten. Is it the big...
This the Japanese judge, basically, yeah.
The curly beard.
Yeah, I guess.
That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Which one?
Yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, to be fair, the second one was just an investigation on the boat, I suppose.
For some reason, I remember him as having
beard.
a big curly beard.
Well, it's not quite curly, but it's like it's multiple big tufts thrown together.
Yeah. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life.
Oh. Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead.
Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important.
I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organised the entire event himself. Hello, lazy... Oh, sorry. I was going to say hello, lazy butt, but my mute button didn't work. Hello, lazy butt. How you doing?
Hello, lazy butt.
That is the actual name. That's not me being mean.
Pressing X to doubt.
I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
The most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use this power to create the world's finest policing institution. Institution just feels like it has too much going on in it.
How would you prefer it to be pronounced? Institution?
I think it's just the T-I-T-U-T.
Either
institution
or institution?
Yeah.
Institution.
Institution. I'll accept it for now.
Fair enough. But it's on thin ice.
Yeah. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? I've always suspected that Strongheart is sneakily a bad guy. Like, I think the second I saw him, I was like, the big bad guy. But so far, nothing.
The final boss.
Yeah, exactly. He reminds me of Damon Gant from the very first Phoenix Wright case, but yeah. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it.
How trying for you.
That's so sarcastic.
Oh, Giselle Brett.
Giselle Brett.
Of previous living fame.
True. Ex-alive person, Giselle Brett. The woman's unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson.
Now, here's a question. Are you saying this out loud?
Yeah, because, like, sometimes the blue is out loud.
Stood there, like, what was that? What did you say?
Sorry, who? What? Because sometimes it's like they're saying it in whispers, and sometimes it's just thinking, so I don't know. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live.
The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Was it a fake name? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist.
Interesting. Didn't exist? But how can that be?
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin, and she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front.
A front? Who on earth was she then?
Miss A. Shin.
She's Asian. Turns out she was Asian all this time.
Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. See, I was wondering if it was going to be something that would be like assassin or something.
I don't know. Maybe we'll find out the first name, but right now it's Miss Asian. So
yeah. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to?
I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
But she was English. She just wasn't a student.
Yeah.
And now she's been killed. Well, all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered.
I'm afraid so.
Asian. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Ooh, okay.
Oh.
Interesting.
I wonder if she was sent to cause problems with the Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Fun.
Almost. The National Treaty of Friendship and National Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Negotiation? One of the two.
Yeah. After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
Oh, it's that guy. Many memo. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England. That he died on that steamship. Went to holiday on the steamship. And that he'll never...
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
And what did you learn?
After he went on holiday on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
That one is hard to rephrase to be holiday rather than dead. His body has been put in a place.
His luggage was meant to have been taken to Hong Kong whilst he went on holiday because he didn't need all the lawyer luggage, so he just took the fun stuff.
True. Should have been.
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived.
Luggage.
His luggage never arrived. I mean, that's quite common that luggage disappears.
That's not that weird.
Disappeared.
What? Kazuma's luggage vanished?
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there.
Did Professor Mikotoba know about this?
Yes. It would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's luggage as we speak.
I just don't believe it. What is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Where he's okay. All jokes aside, he is dead. I mean,
What?
he wouldn't just been sleeping there on that steamship. Like, he had to have been
Maybe?
actually dead.
Coma? Could he
Surely
be in
they
a
would
coma
have.
and he's gonna
They
come
would have.
back?
You still breathe in a coma, though.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Are you trying to think if they're gonna do a surprise?
Yeah, basically. He's alive all along or something. He's on a secret mission. I don't know. I think he is dead. But does he like plays the role of the mentor that goes away so that you have to do the job yourself, kind of, you know? It would be weird if he
so
just
we could run.
Yeah. Think back now. Some of the things that happened on the SS Buria was definitely strange.
Striker's asking what route they would take from England to Japan in that time. I have no idea.
I guess there's something to Google. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Thank you, Tazano.
Precisely. We didn't check if he was alive. Maybe it was a big dummy that did it and didn't. No, they just asked him. Didn't think to check.
Didn't we check the body? No?
No. No.
I don't remember. Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive?
Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just
thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? I mean, that doesn't confirm anything.
To be fair, he's been very wrong in the past.
If anything, I'm more convinced he is alive now.
Yeah. Also, maybe he just lied to us. Maybe when he investigated,
That's
Kazuma was like,
true.
"Tell him I'm dead," or something.
Yeah. And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly.
Ah, you're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us.
There's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing.
I suppose that's true, yes. But then again, why was he on the boat in the first place?
Yeah.
Why was Herlock traveling from Japan to Britain?
The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again.
Oh.
The pit of despair.
Wow. No sympathy from you for poor Susato.
It's a Princess Bride reference.
I know. But like, she's feeling sad and she's crying and she's welling up. And you're like, ha ha, like the movie. Like, oh, poor Susato.
Oh, maybe watching the film will cheer her up.
It's true, yeah. I think she'll enjoy it either way.
I'm terrified of what that might do to me.
Oh, Miss Sato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about, after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Okay. I guess that's all the dialogue.
Yeah. Do we have to present something?
Maybe. I don't know what though.
Do you
Think about the armband.
Look what I've got.
Yeah, look.
You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased.
Well, yes. It's like I wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest. That's why we changed the outfit back.
Yeah. Oh, Oh dear, there seems to be a thread coming loose just there. Look. I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, thank you. I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that.
Ah, what if there's a secret message hidden inside it?
Oh, wow. That's not a bad idea.
Then take better care of it, please.
I'm sorry. It's all going so well until I ruined it.
I mean, will it let us... Can't move anywhere.
No.
Don't
Can we
think
examine
examining is
Iris, maybe? Maybe she's on the right side of the screen.
I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Aww. Which you'd think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not keen on bitter flavors, but it is just Hata-san's tea. And it is amazing what a little cake or something on the side can do. Okay,
This is true.
I think they fit so well together. It's just so weird that they try to claim that she's 16. She does not act like she's 16 at all. If you were to tell me what they act like, I would say they're both early 20s, easily. And they have a really good relationship together. But instead, for some reason, she's 16 and he's 23. And now it just becomes weird as soon as you think about it. God damn it, Japan.
Yeah. But I suppose that's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London.
Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with my tea. They go wonderfully.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. You would, wouldn't you?
Like chocolate? Yeah. See? So you're telling me this isn't romantic. Come on. It gives me a warm glow inside for some reason.
Is she? Oh, there she is.
Aha.
It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I call it The Hound of the Baskervilles.
But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Sandbad, Iris is a 10-year-old girl. She's not just short.
Yeah.
She's understandably a child, though.
Yeah. We do get that one, yeah.
Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh!
Explanation time! We're about to find out. And I'm about to stop eating peanuts.
I was wondering. I was like, is he munching
I've been munching and
something?
nibbling. I couldn't help myself, but I'm closing the bag.
Squirrel?
Yeah, exactly.
Squirrel?
I'm closing the bag. All right. Here we go.
I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris.
The Hound of the Baskervilles. Bring, 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 bring. Hello, Hat Films. Hello, Raiders. Welcome, welcome to the Great Ace Attorney with me and Briony. Hope you've had a lovely time.
The Hat Films.
The Hat Films, famous from such films as Hat.
Hat 2. Electric Hataloo.
And Hat 3, The Final Hat. My favorite trilogy, honestly.
Die Hat.
Die Hat. Yeah. Nice.
It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles.
Dun, dun. What?
My Baskerville story? Of course. I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and...
Susato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father.
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label. That's all. I thought he had a gun for a second.
Yeah, it's like loaded and ready. Just, oh God. Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand?
I like that she's repeating that in a story about telling us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then he specifically
like,
told me, don't tell anyone whatever you
like,
do.
okay.
And I'm like, sure, I definitely will. And here I am telling you about it. But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan?
I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. Sometimes when we're streaming this, Alex is like typing emails and stuff, and I always like to imagine that he's writing the script as it's coming up on the screen. He's just there at the side like, you'll never guess what.
I'm gonna type, ready for what you're gonna read out next? Yeah.
I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about this case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mrs. Sato. I'd expected nothing less, to be honest.
Fully a boob.
Fully a boobed. Fully a titted.
I would think our first protocol should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick.
Yes, a conjurer of sorts, by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic.
Then we need to go and arrest him.
Ah! I think she's gonna take down me. That's a stance she always does first. Well, yeah. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree. We really do need to find the man.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you?
Okay.
This sounds like a tough job. Have fun.
Yeah, exactly. that was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong.
What to do?
What to do?
Do you know, I honestly thought I might never have the opportunity to return to Great Britain. And certainly not so soon.
It's funny. For the past 6 months, I haven't been able to work in court. Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm in the Supreme Court of Judicature back in Japan.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. I may have been dressed as a man, but it was very reserved performance.
So what your father said in his letter about a Ruitaro takedown is reserved?
Well, anyway, I'm back here in this great capital now. I'm ready to assist you again, in any way I can.
Thank you, Mrs. Sato.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Naruhodo.
right. I guess we're moving to a different place to investigate a new location.
Oh.
Oh, our lovely office.
Oh, sorry.
What wonderful memories I have from this place. Mr. Shum Sweet. I don't know why I'm reading it out. It's your character, but yeah. I just noticed those texts.
Because when I left it. Do you know,
This
I
is
don't
true.
believe we visited this place for some
That
time.
often means it's time to go, but maybe
That's
not.
a hint.
Yeah. Oh, safe
Oh,
for
we've not
Britain.
visited there?
Can we go to the
We haven't
prosecution?
been
It's
here
grayed
yet,
out,
have
but can we go there?
To the prosecute. Oh.
I don't believe we had any business that would require a visit. Okay, so that means nope.
I'm rather excited about going here. We
Madame
haven't been here
Dispels.
yet, have we? So what's the new?
I
Haven't we
mean,
been to all of these?
I think so. I wonder what she means by new. Maybe experimentation or
Yeah.
spells, because she hasn't been there, I guess. I don't know.
So we're trying to
Nope.
track down.
We're hunting for Drebber, finding out information on Drebber. But isn't that
Yeah.
basically who they're gonna bring? Like the rest of everyone?
That's what I thought. I thought the
Yeah.
police were
Yeah.
tracking him down.
I guess
mean,
we
should
just go
and
visit different
look at the
places and see. Yeah. We'll go there and then we'll go to the spells and, the good old classic investigate everything in order thing.
Yeah.
23rd of October, the Great Exhibition Grounds. Put of the crystal. I should wait until it's finished so I can read it all out in one go. So it doesn't get so stilted.
A puppy! I had no
Cute.
idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point.
Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long.
Oh,
Show us the puppy!
It was Gregson. I thought it was Gina. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual.
Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met.
What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning.
Not you, Sunshine, the gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
Show us puppy! He keeps blocking puppy!
Show us the puppy. Just teasing us with the puppy.
He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper Englishman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more.
Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina, and bring that puppy too. I want to see the puppy.
She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training.
Gina? She's a police officer now.
Amazing, isn't it?
She's a good kid, actually. Art's in the right place anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she's following my footsteps nicely.
What do you mean?
I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh no, really?
That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along.
Not likely. But you're welcome to try, if you don't mind a trip to France, that is.
Oh, Jesus. To France?
I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley.
But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there?
That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Now, don't you go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what would become of her?
I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses.
I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh.
Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me?
No, of course not.
I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until all this is over, at least. Oi! Did you just call me a blooming diving diva again? So you heard that, did you? It's going to be difficult to have a conversation between these two.
I could try to take over Gregson if you want, because there's currently 3 Bryonies and 1 Rythian in this scene. So I could try to do Gregson if you want. Right,
Go on,
well,
then, give it a go.
Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here.
All right, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now.
I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you?
I want that puppy.
Yay, puppy!
Isn't he great? Toby is his name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable.
Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest.
Hey.
Toby the dog!
The dog.
That's all we care about. Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina?
Oi, don't be so flaming rude, Odo.
Slight overreaction, don't you think?
He ain't no mutt, all right? Toby's, how did they put it? Oh, yeah, a bona fide detective.
A bona fide.
Matching collar and her out. Tobeans.
Very cute.
Toby's toe beans.
Oh, God.
His little waggy tail.
Sorry?
I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you.
Chief Inspector. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he?
Oh, so he's a police dog, is he?
The police recruit dogs now?
I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of the city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have such a wonderful sense of smell after all.
I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. Yeah, well, not as good as a dog, though. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Wow, so good.
Ha! That's nothing compared to this little fella, Odo.
Oh, really?
According to what the boss said. Oh, look at this!
No. He's
Once
very
Toby
cute.
has got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the
Oh,
world.
he barked. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim?
Quick, take Kazuma's pants out your pocket. We can track him
Yeah,
down.
we can find him. And don't ask why he's keeping your pants in your pockets. Just it's a separate thing.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point. By rather a wide margin.
I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. Such as swimming.
I'm telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more than dogs doing their bit for the police in future. Yes, I agree. Right, One of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way round. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street.
Oh. There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere. To be fair, that's adopting taken care of rather than well, actually
Not
maybe
nicked him
Toby had just walked outside and Gina's like, "Oh, yeah, that must be left." Just takes it and walks away.
Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals.
I guess we could talk about the case.
Yeah.
I guess if we don't have any more to talk about the dog. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Wait, has he been...
Hmm?
Has he been added to...
Yeah, Toby. Oh, but the others have. The new ones. Including the Bohemian Boy. With an excessively
11.
long name. I guess that's not even listed. Yeah, and then the Balthazar Loon. And Esmeralda.
Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
Well, that's true. Gina's like 2 years older than Cisato.
Is she? Yeah, I guess.
I'm gonna be playing with a new friend.
She feels younger than her. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yes, Toby.
Ruff.
Rough. Don't woof. Woof.
Ruff. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh. It's like I told Dodo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The special
Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something?
The Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one, yeah.
The Forensic.
But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always
That's
watching
the one.
the time
That's
or
the one.
something.
That's the one.
That's the one,
So...
yeah.
So without Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can't investigate on the stage.
It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the old time worrying about I'm about to be found out.
You did keep an...
You did keep an awful lot of secrets in your previous court appearances, didn't
Yeah,
you?
she's always like hiding and lying and being secret.
Yeah, and Odo's made things hard for me every single time and all.
Just doing my job, Gina.
But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client.
Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. Yeah, because he keeps trying to say, no, I definitely did murder him for reals. And you're like, no, come on.
The science is real.
Yeah. It actually
It's the
worked. It's just I'm a murderer. Sorry. You know, like, shut up.
It's the boss I feel sorry for, sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, isn't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer, what's his name again?
Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Trevor.
That's the one. Yeah.
Every time. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with a black monocle. I guess they would be.
It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's... Oh. Hang on.
Whoa, what happened?
My audio engine went strange. Everything sounded
no.
really robotic all of a sudden.
Is it
It's putting
good now?
Oh, yeah, I just restarted it.
Okay.
He says it's giving him gutache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food.
True. With the amount of chips and fish he eats non-stop,
Yeah.
that could be an effect.
A lot of batter.
Yeah. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Trevor. I wonder if they've had any luck.
He's really funny looking. Got two eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry, who?
You know, that scowling reaper was always glugging down glasses of that blood red funk.
Now that is a description I want to... Hold on. Hold on. I am print screening this right here. The Scowling Reaper is always glugging down glasses of blood red plunk. I am placing that in my Discord so that it can be remembered for a description for all future of him. Bam!
Blood red plunk.
Yes, the Scowling Reaper.
Ah, Lord Van Seeks. He's always had it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's scowling about, mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes.
She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both.
I had to pause because it auto-modded Ravane saying, that guy who always cackles and says, I'm going to murder you soon when he sees me. But because it said, I'm going to murder you, it flagged it up as like, shouldn't be sending this
Hold on.
message.
That's probably a bad thing to say to people, yeah. Which, fair enough, Automod. That makes sense, but yeah.
Yeah, you win this one, auto-mod.
Nice.
I suppose you're right. I haven't thought of it like that.
Glad we put that one to bed.
Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck.
There's nothing that can lead us to Jabber at all. Okay. I guess we're starting to investigate now then. Either that or you just move to talk to Strongheart.
Well, I'm wondering if we should, should we go and talk to...
If we can get that permission immediately. Yeah, and also we can go there and we can get immediately a permission to examine more, possibly. So.
Yeah. Although, Van Seek's... Who's this? Van Seek's house has been taken off, so we can't get the picture of him.
Yeah, that is new. Well, I don't recognize that person at all.
Yeah.
23rd of October, Lord Strongheart's office. Who's that standing behind Lord Strongheart?
I wonder. I've never seen her before.
She is very pale. Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
It would be...
Oh. You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Van Seeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh.
Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Okay.
Oh.
Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time.
No.
That's good. It's scrap metal now, is it?
Until later then, Lord Strongheart.
Yes, thank you. She's sus, as the kids say. She's definitely sus.
That's not
Giselle Brett?
Oh, I wasn't even thinking that. I was thinking
It probably won't because she was convicted.
Yeah, but...
She was murdered even, so
Yeah, but maybe her death was a cover-up.
yeah.
I was thinking, is it what's his chop's apprentice, like the masked apprentice person?
Oh.
Maybe. Oh no, the face doesn't look pointy enough.
It's fairly, yeah, she had a very pointy face. And this does look pretty male, I would say, arguably. But maybe not. Okay. It's very easy to have a androgynous art and an anime style anyway, so.
Yeah.
Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. I've heard that name before. Wait, we saw that name specifically before. Remember, I looked at the thing.
Oh, that was who did the thingy.
Yeah, I was like, have we always seen the name before? And I think Farmeout in chat said that we had seen it once or twice, but for me it stood out. I didn't remember seeing it before. But yeah, that was the name, Courtney Scythe.
Yeah.
She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly.
Oh?
You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Excellent.
Ooh.
Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore.
Hey.
What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before?
Ooh.
The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. I don't know if I should try to go... I mean, he's obviously very British, so maybe I should, but... For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago.
Next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell.
Wow.
I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. And the doves, they give such an effect to it. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. Coroner. That's one of those where it's like rural juror, coroner. So yeah. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman.
Ah, power power couple.
Squad goals. No, couple goals, I guess. You know. Hashtag. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikitoba.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikitoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikitoba very well.
Oh.
If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Confirmed she's 16.
Confirmation. The baby.
Mikitoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly.
That just being punctual? Is that what that
I mean, I assume so, which makes it seem very, like, an annoyingly long word.
Yeah. You couldn't be very punctilicious if you were using long words like that.
Exactly. So many extra syllables. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikitoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinner's, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens. This is all building up to like a super conspiracy.
Yeah. Then Dr. Scythe knows my parents, does she? My father.
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikitoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
You just don't want to have it be a single person. You have to change it.
I want it to be all of them at the
all
same
of the family,
time.
yes. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years?
Who's? What? Who? Where? Mummy,
all right.
Then. Where, Mummy?
I don't think we've... Where, Mummy? I don't think we've seen Mikitoba's mother, no. Susato's, I mean.
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh.
Perhaps Father wanted a reason to get away.
No! What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago. By a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right?
Nobles.
Nobles. You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
Okay.
What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zeeks, was murdered, it was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barak Van Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word.
So, Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother?
That is
But
much
his
more logical.
brother?
Yes. But his brother recently murdered a criminal.
That's just one man's murder. Ever since that time, ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then?
Yeah.
Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Is that the correct thing to say? Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose, until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing.
And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. 9 minutes and 37 seconds have passed. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Bye, Mr. Strongheart.
Bye-bye.
I don't think there's anything more to examine. New location. That'd be Dr. Scythe,
So
right?
that must be...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we go?
We investigate the thingy first, or do you want to go straight there?
Your call. You're the investigation leader.
I say we go here and we have a poke around, because then we might have stuff to ask.
Yeah. Converse, present, move. Wait, examine and click the stairs.
Examine the... Yeah. Oi, that's off limits up there. Try to sneak past me again and I'll stuff your gob full of the boss's fish and chips.
Yes, please. I love fish and chips. I suppose we need special permission. Which we have! Do we not have anything? We didn't get anything to present, so...
No, maybe we have to talk.
Yeah,
then she might show us the puppy again.
Yeah, there we go. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, all right. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's all right, is it? We've seen this bit before. Yay!
Puppy. I'm going to be playing with my new friend here.
Ah, yes, Toby. Woof!
What? The machine that exploded must be at the top of these... Wait, we did see this.
Yeah. But I think eventually we're going to get... Aha, but we have permission. That's the one.
Blip, 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 blip,
That's
blip,
the one.
blip. Yeah, that's the one. Lord Strongheart.
That's the one.
Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back snivelling.
Tragic.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh, yeah?
Honestly.
All right, then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life.
Poor Gregson.
So, you're still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic.
All right then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Can we take the puppy with us?
I hope
Thank
so.
you, Gina.
Can we see a question about Toby the dog? Can we bring him?
Question? Okay.
These stairs leads up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. 23rd October. The Great Exhibition Grounds. I thought I waited long enough. The Great Exhibition Grounds experimentation stage. Next time I'm gonna have to start guessing what the text is gonna be.
Lord Strongheart says Toby has to come with us from now on.
Long Strongheart's orders. We have to get Toby.
Yeah. It's very important. We can't touch anything, but Toby
can. He's allowed.
It.
Exactly.
Oh my. So this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went to in order to obtain the research grant.
No. The professor was strict as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You'd never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh, look. Is that... Oh.
There he is.
Lord Van Zeeks.
There he is. The Scowling Reaper, what's always glugging down glasses of that blood-red plunk. So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mrs. Sato?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think.
No, he's not the Reaper.
The Reaper is this brother's ghost. Jeez.
But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion area and wouldn't have bent her steel will. All right, let's get clicking, I guess.
Examine.
Oh,
yeah. We won't touch, but we can look.
Least approachable man in the world winner, 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you.
Lord Van Zeeks? Oh, 1 second. There we go.
Yeah, the top of his sword unscrews and it's just full of wine. It's actually empty.
Glug, glug, glug. Yeah.
It's a really fancy flask. What?
Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it?
I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs.
Oh, I read them.
So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited.
Actually, scrub, we've got orders from the top. You noob. Get wrecked, fool. You know, sometimes just Runosuke just needs to stand up for himself. That's all I'm saying. Well, the thing is...
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate. On the condition that we didn't disturb anything. Is he going to be like, well, you're disturbing me, peasant.
So leave. Yeah. Yeah.
And yet you've managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business then.
Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this.
Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. Oh wow, we're
Jesus.
going in. We're
Straight in.
going in.
Hey, so you know how your brother died? Tell us about your brother. So, Clint. What's the name of your older brother? I understand. 416.
You know, the one that was murdered.
The one
You
that was
remember- You know that one?
The one? Yeah.
You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, all right, it is a bit like that.
My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zieks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
The professor, you mean? No! If there's anyone that doesn't sound like that, it's him.
Yes! Murder!
Oh. Is something funny? I'm just laughing, remembering killing that fool. Mwahaha.
That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry? There's more to it then.
Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
Oh my god, he's such a...
Hans? Oh, what were you gonna say?
No. Such an annoying, petty little man who cannot resist throwing in needles and jibes every time. You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next, you racist murderer?
So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zieks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn. Oh!
Ha! Get owned! Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have been... blah, blah, blah. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Carl says that he's less of a dick than Manfred von Karma.
Well...
Is that... I don't know who that is, but I'm guessing it.
Manfred von Karma is more a full-on villain from the very, beginning.
Yeah.
Almost clearly and deliberately evil and working against you, and yeah. So he's less petty about things. He's more just evil, full on.
Okay.
You could compare him to... I was gonna say Clavier, but he's honestly more just a teasing rival than any sort of actual evil. He calls Apollo her forehead the entire time, which a little bit mean, but beyond that, he's mostly just doing his thing. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Which? Wait, you mean...
Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
I was unaware of that.
He's turned as white as a sheet. For a while I was like, wait a minute. They stole the waxwork of him? But no, it was the professor. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
Surely that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier.
Which,
yay,
according
she still
to
has her
Professor
book.
Harebrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So, I was just wondering. I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but
Would very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
why would he help us? Wow, so Seta-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns.
Take the Reaper by the scythe.
Reaper by the scythe, yeah.
Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Oh.
No, that's his apprentice right there. Maybe. He's awfully he's awfully protagonist handsome, this guy. Like, I could absolutely see this guy as being the main character in an anime or something.
You said that, you're going to be like, I could do that guy. Yep.
Well, I mean, listen, give me some wine, a lovely candlelit dinner. We'll see where the night goes, but that's not necessarily what I was saying.
Too late. We already threw all the wine into the fire.
That's true. God damn it, Van Seeks, you've ruined everything.
So it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. He does just carry around a photo of him from 10 years ago. It's not weird. It's fine.
Well, okay. No, I think that's something he specifically got for this moment. Not like he was carrying that around before this case even started. This is probably part of the investigation.
What?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? ...
I'm gonna go turn on the light, Beauty.
Okay. I think Van Zeeks is just doing that thing that kids do in primary school when they're mean to you because they like you. Maybe he should know better.
Who should know better?
But it's just his way. Van Zeeks, I think he bullies because he cares.
I don't think so. I think he bullies because he's a bully. And he is an evil man. That is my thoughts, and my thoughts are the truth. He is a horrible man. Well, I'm moving my mouse away to do
there
stuff.
It is.
Yeah. I was adjusting my webcam. Because now you can see the lamp. This is actually really dumb, this lamp. Well, it is what it is. What is it about Lord Van Seeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. The photograph of Drebber has been entered into the court record.
Drebber. Oh.
Aha!
Okay.
Ah.
Ah, the file I requested for the trial
I'll
tomorrow.
voice the apprentice. Okay, here you go.
Okay. Thank
Nice.
you.
I nailed that line very well. Are you all right?
Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Seeks' apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too.
Lord Van Zeek, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? You got that
I really like doing his voice. Yeah.
Azuma-sama. Wait, no.
What?
No. What?
There is no way.
What?
Kazuma. I don't believe it.
Your posture, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama?
I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow.
Oh, okay.
Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait!
What?
Too late.
What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man, or something.
Hold on. I gotta yell at my chat for a bit. Give me a second.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute so you don't have to hear it.
Yeah!
No, I'm gonna mute so you don't have to hear it because this is mean to my chat. Okay. Chat, stop it. Stop it. If this is a confirmation that it is Kazuma, then I don't like it. I don't like it. You shouldn't confirm that.
Would never be
You shouldn't confirm that to me right now when it's still a mystery. Please calm the hell down and try to remember we haven't seen this before. It's still a mystery to us.
Like a second
so,
ago.
for God's sakes, please
The heck?
don't ruin this for us.
Where did she go?
Where did who go?
Fifi.
Fion. Did she disappear?
I swear she was on the little camera and then I zoomed in and she just wasn't there. It's just Jerry.
Well,
are
maybe
they
she's
behaving
hiding.
Now?
I don't know. I gave them a warning.
Are they being thirsty?
No.
Okay.
Because
it is a hot day today, so.
yeah, well, no, it's not that. No. I felt like I was being spoiled by a particular serial offender who often spoils me, and I've told them multiple times. So.
You don't want to spoil cereal. Did they put orange juice on it? That's a horrible way to spoil cereal.
Very true. Well,
Fion did do instantaneous telekinesis.
Wow.
Or is it no? It's just kinesis, isn't it? Isn't tele if you move it with your mind?
Yeah. Telekinesis is moving the mind. Kinesis is just moving. But to be fair, the experiment, the professor's name was Hairbrain or Bunnybrain, so
that's true.
So it
Bunnies
does make sense that they would know.
They've not been telling us all
this entire
all
time.
years.
Yeah. Well,
since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced me to him about 3 months ago now. Quiet fella, scared of cats. Don't know why. With instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
But he didn't tell you why, did he?
The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia? Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side.
What?
He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us?
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I wish I had the guts to say that when I'm done with the conversation.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like, it's just awkward, and you just want to be like, well, this has run its course, bye.
Yeah. Just because what you have to do is you try to go like, yeah. Well, I should probably, I need to, I got a, But next time you said like, yeah, cool. Now we finished that conversation when we are not continuing. Goodbye. That'll be something. It's easier that way. I definitely saw a reaction there.
My chat reckons that he's just there to pour wine.
Or to catch
Assistant.
the bottles because it's getting a little bit expensive, you know?
Yeah.
Once the sun called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. She called out, Kazuma-sama.
Oh. My other favorite thing that I wish I could say at the end of conversations is the Mark Henry. Well, it seems there's been enough talk. It's time for the main event. And that's me leaving. Bye.
Nice.
I guess we should actually.
We should do some actual examination, I guess. But it all feels very weird. This is why we should have examined before we talk to him. Because now all of a sudden we've got like Kazuma-sama bombshell, if it is him. This wasn't here yesterday.
It wasn't. That's the cage that he was strapped in, right?
Yeah.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right. The birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrained said in court, it's made of wood.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work.
But sadly, not with the body inside it.
No, that's right.
I wanted to see the dead body.
I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still.
Naruhodo?
This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. The birdcage from the machine has been entered into the court record. Okay, well, I don't think it's he. I don't think he grabbed it, just carrying it on his shoulder and walking away with it.
They won't notice this. Boop, 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 boop.
Should we examine it? It's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Also, we could check the profile to see if the apprentice has been updated.
Oh, that's true. Oh.
Ah, look here, Mrs. Sato.
Oh, yes. The wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height?
Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
Leaving the man inside tragically dead.
Okay.
Okay. Is that everything?
That's probably it, right?
All
right.
Yeah. Okay. That's his
an eye, all right?
monocle.
No, I think it's the other one. No, to the left.
He's
Has
wearing
a
it.
really
You can
large
see.
monocle. It takes up about half the size of his face.
I wonder if we can see him in this.
Hmm.
No, they're all too little, aren't they?
Yeah. Maybe. But probably not.
Oh. The fella. People.
Yeah. Nope.
Hmm.
We have him in the newspaper as well, actually.
That is true.
Compatriot.
Okay. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast.
And what they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here.
Hinges. So it did just fonk.
Yeah.
But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open.
Yeah, exactly. So you open, you fall through, so it looks like you've disappeared. When the explosion goes off, there's smoke to cover yourself, so you can fall through. It's full. This is full on the Prestige, honestly.
Yeah.
It does, doesn't it? This is so much like the Prestige, but then again, like, I guess it's more. This is like magicians. You know, that's sort of the entire point, I guess.
Yeah.
The floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred. The birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? You already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. Yesterday, in fact. At Lord Van Seeks' office.
Seeks. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
I know. I'm going to need to speak to him about that.
I feel like you'd want to find out if he really was alive first, because that's quite a big accusation.
Yeah, yes.
You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems?
Foreign affairs problems.
Well, we could do without that. All right, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mrs. Otto.
Of course.
Amnesia. Obviously, as soon as he showed up with a mask and mysterious identity, it's like, okay, his identity is gonna be a huge deal. But I will say, I didn't see it being Kazuma. That was new. I thought for sure he was gonna be there. This is cool art.
I like
23rd of October, owl. Forensics Laboratory. Yeah, I figured you would. I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory.
Leon's up to something.
Oh, what's she doing?
No, I think she's trying to sneak closer to the fan. She's slowly getting brave.
That chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you become, Mrs. Otto.
I feel like she means snooping.
Yes, almost certainly. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls.
Blood. Oh, you can't look at the blood.
Oh.
The owl?
You can look at owl.
A owl? That looks like an owl and a crow up there.
I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
Oh no.
I wonder why.
Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo.
I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself that they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Oh. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. Okay.
Owl. Says Kirsty.
Owl.
Indeed, owl.
Kirsty?
Yeah.
Is it Kirsty in your chat? Is she causing trouble?
No, she's one of the nice ones. She hasn't spoiled me. She's good. So far, but I'm keeping my eyes on her. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case.
And that man, he stood so perfectly still for so long.
Yeah, and he's really not wearing a lot. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. I feel like he's doing everything he can not to mention the skeleton.
Yeah.
Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they?
You have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mrs. Sato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope.
I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Let's look at the skull.
Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals.
These ones here are labeled highly toxic.
That's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in here.
Yes. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes.
Man, imagine reaching for your salt and you just throw some acid on your food. Like, oh.
Jeez.
Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death.
Okay. What about these tools?
A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing?
It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with all this acrid odor of chemicals in the air?
You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. I think next up is probably the book or the chair. Or the desk in general, I guess. Look at this big, thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh.
What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
What? That's like almost 2 a day. I mean, sorry, 20 a day.
Yeah.
500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses.
Don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too.
It does seem a bit strange. You're right. They're cooking the books. They're scamming the government. Oh yeah, and then we bought 1,000 scalpels this one, so pay us for that, please. And they take home the cash. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for?
Ravane says, I'm sure it's fine. She's an anime character. She fights by throwing 3 scalpels at a time.
Yeah, but that's
it's like
still...
Van Zeke's book has like 200
Sure.
bottles of wine.
But that's still like 166 battles a month. How much is she fighting?
What are you doing?
Ah. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so...
Yes, the doctor symbol of the staff and the twin serpents.
Yeah, the symbol of Asclepius. I think, maybe.
So, you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it?
Oh good, another racist!
Yay! Well, what do you want?
Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asman's body, I mean.
Is this...
That a snake? It's a snake that's circled around your hand?
But is it...
Like a little
what,
bracelet.
Almost like the first case on the ship. The bangle.
The speckled band?
What was it called?
The speckled bangle. The speckled band. That was just like, I don't know, a snake.
That wasn't snake-shaped, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, there was an actual snake.
Ooh.
Remember, it wrapped itself around the head of Biff Stroganoff, the sailor.
Yeah. So we came to ask you about your findings on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately.
Okay. Everyone's so hostile.
So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Assman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Assman who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. Bless you.
Okay.
That is the team's conclusion. Bless you again.
Is Alex sneezing? Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, Assman, Kirsty. That's how Briony's decided it's pronounced. His name is Odie Assman, so it becomes Odious Man. That's the pun.
Odie Assman.
But Briony prefers it to be Odie Assman. So there you go. But that can't be right.
If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true. But sadly, in this instance, there was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. What if they were twins?
Does twins have the same fingerprints?
Identical twins would, surely. I don't know. Would they?
Let's Google. Let's Google.
To the Google!
Identical twins fingerprints. Identical twins do not have identical fingerprints, even though their identical genes give them very similar patterns. The fetus begins developing fingerprints in the early weeks of pregnancy. Small differences in the womb environment conspire to give each twin different but similar fingerprints. There you go.
Okay.
1 second.
How, Kirsty? I said hello.
Okay, I will. Kirsty, Brian says hello. I don't know if she's here anymore. She just popped in and said, "Owl, spoilers." She's gonna open her jacket and it's just full of scalpels, and then ass man with the with the yog peepers emote. Oh, she's there. She says hello, Briony.
Okay. The symbol is in her lamp as well.
Yeah, she's that is very much her identity, I think. Yeah.
They're not yet officially recognised as forensic evidence in the British judicial justice system.
Kirsty says, "I wouldn't just say ass man and then just leave Viridian."
Hello, Kirsty. Love you too. But one day they will be used as an investigative aid and as a matter of course. In fact, you can even use them in later games in the series, and you have to blow on your DS in order to do it.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh my.
That was pretty fun.
That would mean I loved that part of it.
Yeah, I like that. You just
So the instantaneous kinesis.
and then and we're like, "Hey, I got a thing." I don't know. It was a silly gimmick, but it was fun. There's not enough silly gimmicks in games anymore. Like, games are, or started at least, as basically fancy toys, and toys are gimmicks. That's the entire point. These days, a lot of it is more, "Oh, this is art and storytelling," and yes, I do appreciate that. That is actually what I want, but it was fun. It was fun to have gimmicks, honestly.
Yeah.
You also literally could shout objection into the game to say objection. So that was nice as well. So, yeah.
The instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions.
Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery.
Yeah.
All right, she's gonna kick us out. Whoa! Good old-fashioned plague doctor mask.
Oh, wait,
Mama,
is this...
Mama, what is this? Ah! Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Oh, this is not the same person! No, of course, they have different colored... Yeah, everything. This is... Yeah,
This is
sorry,
a lawyer, dear.
Oh. Hello? To meet you? Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Rinos Gitnero. Mama,
Yes.
can I cut this one up? What? I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like.
I'm scared.
Yeah, me too.
Of course you can't. It's a living specimen, as you can very well see.
Okay, you're putting on the Van Ziek's voice for her now.
It's the more racist I get.
The more racist, the more it becomes like that. Yeah. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience.
Oh, jeez.
Maybe this is where all the scalpels go, yeah.
Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse.
Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one.
Okay.
No, it's too dangerous. Okay, maybe do it anyway. There is the cabinet above the desk and her. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor?
Keeping a close eye on things, so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office.
Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible.
Yes, you.
She doesn't mince her words, Mrs. Sato.
I think perhaps it's time we left. I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk.
I would not like to work in a place like this.
It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo, ignoring the bloodstains on the table? Imagine how efficiently she must work.
The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves.
Well, yes. Those are valid concerns, I suppose.
I can just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. Okay, I think that's it for examination.
Yeah.
I want to know more about that creepy apprentice girl. Who asked if she could cut me up. I mean, what? That's just weird.
Are you sure we've asked everything we need to?
I think so. I think we've asked everything.
Okay.
Madame Tuspels. Time to ask Sherlock Holmes. Was he or was he not dead? 23rd October. Madame Tuspels.
Oh my. No wonder it's called the House of Horrors.
Hey, the policeman's gone.
Oh yeah, because he's on the jury.
Because he's in the jury. Yeah.
I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery.
Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that.
I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere.
He's hidden. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later.
We not look to... Oh. Is he actually not here?
No, he isn't.
Hmm.
Huh. We can investigate the scenes, I guess, and see what Susato thinks.
Oh, what a horrifying scene. A murderer caught in the grisly act.
I know. And in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. Man, it's so helpful.
I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely.
And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at his back has no particular significance?
What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares.
Ah, we have a new theory. Some of my favorite lines in the Phoenix Wright games is when you examine stuff that isn't important at all. And they just talk about random things. It's good. Like in all the Phoenix Wright games when they argue about a ladder being a step ladder or vice versa. Ah yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. So to me, a step ladder is basically a small ladder. That's all the definition I've managed to get. I used to think that it was a step ladder if it was a double-sided one, rather so that like that it could balance on itself. But no, those are also just ladders. So step ladder is just a small ladder, which to me means, what's the point of making a whole new word called step ladder? Just say small ladder. But anyway.
I think, isn't it a step ladder is when you don't share parents?
I knew something that was coming. I thought you'd been particularly good about it for a while, and it's like, she's gonna let this pass without making a dumb joke. Nice. And then you didn't.
What are you doing, stepladder?
No. Whatever's going on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you?
The sign says that it's Madame Tussauds' special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside.
I know. Can you believe that? Pay more money, as if we hadn't been scared enough already.
It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo.
But I'm mad, and I gotta be mad at someone. That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. Randomized selection every time.
I've understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet you do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you?
It's almost as if that is the sign of the game from the very beginning. That's one of the reasons the very first Phoenix Wright game was made. They figured out that it would be very cheap, because the Phoenix Wright games don't tend to have a big budget by any means. They have no voice acting, it's just 2D art, And they're like, you could make it even cheaper by basically repeating the art for a lot of it, repeating the same places, the same people, the same animations, and so on. And basically the way to do that is to have a visual novel storyline, which involves a lot of the same people over and over. And yeah, there you go. And that's continued throughout this day, even now when it was the first couple of games were a big success, and they obviously have more of a budget now, but they still basically stick with the same thing because that's what people want now from the series.
Yeah, just became its signature.
Yeah.
This one's posture reveals his weakness.
Sorry?
The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, and then a Susato squash, and finally a Susato smash.
Right. She's named them all, and she's always named them Susato. Imagine if I start learning martial arts and I start calling all my moves, here comes the Rythian jab, and there's the Rythian punch, and then the Rythian block. That feels like a little bit over the top.
When are they going to put Susato in Smash Brothers?
I know. Jeez. The best we can do is Phoenix Wright is in, I think, Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I think he's in that one, and it's pretty cool.
And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him.
Susato slam?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's rather hard to explain.
No.
Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate.
Absolutely not.
Oh,
There's
a
that.
shoe? Ah,
Oh,
there's a
here we
stepladder.
go!
Look.
Here we go! We got the stepladder conversation! Oh, yes. Stepladder.
I think perhaps we should let the proprietress know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong?
I love this. Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? Oh, that's so good. And we just mentioned it too. That's such perfect timing. That's great. That's fantastic.
So I don't think there's anything else.
No, I think we've seen and done what we need here. Okay.
I mean, we could go and talk to...
The show's home sweet, but we've been there probably. We can ask Mr. Bunnybrain. Oh, Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
I guess he's updating his formula. What's he doing? You know, I always wonder, right? When someone designs big mathematical formulas like that for TV shows or art or whatever, and someone decides to like, all right, we're gonna write that out. I wonder if they are at all accurate, like, or if they're literally just gibberish because they know most people won't understand at all. Like, have they thought about it at all? Right? Okay, maybe obviously they don't have to be, but in this case, it's just a lot of letters. Like ICH equals S into upside down A micro. EM, comma, S to the power of M equals T. And then vice versa. It's like upside down E, turned around upside E to the power of 3. Micro, EM, comma, S to the power of M equals F. So there's a little bit of thought to it with the EMS equals blah once presented with something else. But then you get B equals N up here, but we might be blocked by a little bit. And then half of this is just, I don't know. So basically, the point is, do they know enough about some mathematical equations that they can at least appear it somewhat okay, even though obviously the numbers and letters might not make total sense? Or is it literally just, I'm just going to write a bunch of letters and symbols and make a graph of us from where it goes? Yeah. And if they are randomized, I don't blame them, because like the amount of people that's going to be able to read this and see if it's correct or not is very low, you know? So.
Yeah. You've stolen my mouse. I can't find it on my screen.
I think you have to maybe I have to click. But then I skip the text.
I was going to tab out. Hi, Donnigan, thank you very much for the sub.
Okay.
I was going to tab out so that I could mute and say thank you, but my mouse has disappeared off the screen.
But what if you alt-tab with alt-tab? Does it not appear on the other side of the screen?
No.
No? Okay. Well,
it's gone completely. Oh, wait. Oh, my mouse has died. You might have to take over.
That's why it wasn't actually my fault. I see. Well, you can control with the keyboard for what it's worth, I think. Well, actually, I don't know if you can control everything, but what's he doing? He's...
Oh, oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations.
Okay, do you want to fix your mouse?
Yeah, unplug it and plug it back in again.
Is that going to help?
Yeah.
Okay. She says under the desk, reaching for behind the computer.
It has returned.
Hooray! Is it time for a new mouse, maybe?
It definitely is. And I think I need a new headset because mine isn't very noise cancelly, so a lot of the time people say they can hear you echoing.
Oh,
if
that's
I have
not
you.
good.
Yeah. So
is that why you always have me lower?
I think so, yeah. But I've turned you up on the
because I always, whenever I watch your clip videos, whenever I hear myself, it's like I don't sound like that.
Yeah,
you know.
I need to just have a
like,
sit down, have like a day when I sit down and sort out my sound settings. I think
maybe, but then I'm like, well, maybe I sound like that to all people. But then I was like, well, you sound the same to me when I watch your clip as you sound when I listen to you on Discord. So I'm like, that makes no sense. From my point of view, you sound the same even when it's your own audio or when it's my audio. But when I'm on your stream, I sound weird. At least I think I sound weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm just imagining things.
You sound fine to me. You sound different to me when I'm hearing you live than when I hear you back in clips. So I think it must be something in OBS that I've not done. But yeah, I think I need to get a new headset and a new mouse.
Yeah. You should have asked for that for Razer, since you were getting Razer stuff anyway.
Should have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you can hit him up again. I'll put 3 overlays on my screen if you just give me all your headsets. And then they'll be like, good deal, young lady. And then bam.
Yeah.
He's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt.
Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name is Susata Mikotoba, and I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd been a refined young woman like you sooner.
What is this?
None of this would have happened.
Well, the love of a good woman would have stopped you from becoming a scientist.
A murderer.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you.
I owe an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning.
Squid says, all I got from that is that Rythian watches your clip videos. No, he just skips through them to watch the clips of...
Yeah, I just want to find myself. Like, I'm so egotistic. Like, where's all the Rythian bits? Skip ahead. And I'm like, so many bunnies. Skip. No, honestly. To be fair, it is 50% plus bunny clips in those things.
It's true. The people clip what they like. And it's
That's
all
true.
funny.
It's true.
And I go back and clip me in my own thing. We balance it out together.
Yeah. This is why I need to get a cat. Just triple my views immediately. Just like get a cat cam and just interact with the cat a lot.
Are we taking backseat theories? As long as they're definite theories. No spoilies. But theories is okay.
Yeah, I guess so. But the problem is when someone theorizing, they could know.
Theorizes the truth.
Or they have better theories than us, and we hear it and we go, oh yeah, and then we know ahead of time, and we won't get surprised when it happens, you know? So
yeah.
So I would say, I mean, I can stop you in your chat, but if you see a theory and then you know that and you talk to me when we're talking, then that would be difficult.
That's true.
So I would say no. You're feel free to theorize, but keep it to yourself. Mostly, I guess.
Brain in theories.
Yeah, I suppose.
Oh no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair. It all happened because I've been such... Oh.
No, go ahead, sorry.
It all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot.
You skipped like 6 no's right there, just say.
I was thinking that. I was like, should I say all the no's or can I get away with just saying
and you skipped a couple.
No's?
I noticed. I'll let it slide though. I'll let it slide.
Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell? I was trying to think of a joke where I say, what's he been working on in cell? Just because of the opening line.
Yeah, I guess. I don't even know what that line is for, really, because he's immediately followed up, but that doesn't make any sense, and then he started talking about other stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Is that not literally a piece of paper?
I don't know. Maybe that's a bowl of some sort.
Oh yeah, true. Actually, oh yeah. No, I see.
Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
No, actually. This is my autobiography.
Okay.
Your autobiography? How I Was Diddled and Fiddled by Albert Harebrain. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really?
Huh.
I'm gonna have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth, an odd upbringing.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little bit more about the case?
Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. Please use different words,
Yeah, I
Mr.
would also
Harebrain.
appreciate you use different words, Mr. Harebrain. Maybe that means something different where you're from, but in our culture, that's not a good word. We try to not use that.
I was diddled. I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Assman.
It was diddled by ass man. God damn it, video game! We're trying to keep standards here.
And by that aloof engineer, Trevor.
We're not gonna have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Oh dear.
Okay. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even.
I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way.
No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something.
Oh?
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you are aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
No. Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he?
I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. Oh. After the terrible accident happened, no one would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution services, not any lawyers even.
I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there.
So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Burke, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis as C complete.
A C complete.
Complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barak insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extreme kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
And what about the whole Reaper side of things? Briony, silly. Don't you remember we've clarified that he's not the Reaper? It's a ghost. It's a ghost of his brother that's doing it. It's just a ghost. It's supernatural. How does that fit in with a kind-hearted soul idea?
Mr. Asman. Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start?
I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes.
When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper that I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. Yeah, ha ha.
Thank
He
you,
was
Dave
so
Guy.
enthused. He was so I said empathetic. Emphatic.
Emphatic, yeah.
He's so empathetic to my work.
He was so pathetic. But in reality, was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems.
I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
But the scale of it, it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception.
All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it.
I know that feel, bro.
Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool, it's too rotten to believe.
It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice.
Yes.
Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer.
Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber, the engineer.
Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler?
It was about a year ago when Mr. Assman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine.
But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist.
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It instantly apparent in conversation.
I see.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues that you can give us to his whereabouts? I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Also, just once, I did visit his workshop.
Well, that would help. What workshop?
I can't tell you anything except where he works.
I know nothing about him except his exact address.
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine.
Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah. Bam, bam, ba-da-ba-dum, bam, 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 ba-dum, bam. So you've been to Drebber's place of work, then?
Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of rooms to construct the kinesis machine, you see.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there.
Well, yes, definitely, I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this.
Oh, no.
But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry.
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
Jesus! This is like being brought to a mafia hideout. He blindfolded you. He wasn't taking any chances then.
The place was incredible. The pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Is this going to be the clue?
Yeah,
We're
probably.
going to be like, oh, I've smelled that before.
Yeah.
Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formulae and use that instead.
I don't know if everyone wants to smell like oil. What do you think, Mrs. Sato? Owe the machine for your next birthday?
Toby time. Yes, Toby will smell the oil.
Yes!
I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example.
The man was clearly very cautious, Mrs. Sato. Why would he...
Ah!
Oh my
yes,
god.
I do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look!
What?
Let me see that.
Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you?
Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
Damn it. We might have some clue, like the little cross in the corner. Isn't that similar to the cross for Courtney Scythe? She had one on like a badge on her coat. No?
Yeah.
Oh well, can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Rubber's card.
Okay.
Oh, blood
Oh, that's a
stain.
little bit of the oil.
Or the oil. Toby! Toby gets smelling. It's dark smudge here.
I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Yes, possibly. Professor Harebrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain.
That's right, but more importantly, that is more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Aww. Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here.
Okay.
Can we investigate the cross?
Doesn't
look like it now. Alright.
So, let's go see if we can present Toby
Yeah.
with the card.
Toby, smell this card.
Niftis.
About this, Gina.
Yeah, I'm in. Wait, I don't know what I said. I'm in. I'll do it.
I'm in,
whatever
I'll
it
join.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still learning my letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if ain't too much bleeding trouble.
To be fair, E and D in Rubber are both E and D.
It's true. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? It's just dirty old oil smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing.
No, we didn't mean that you should smell it.
Oh, right. You mean Toby.
He is so cute. His sense of smell is so good, he can track people over the oceans, can't he?
brain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. Look at this nibble!
Sniff. I think he's picked up a scent.
So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy cove's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we're hoping. All right then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that.
What? Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket.
If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh, yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Gregson.
Aww. He's going away, he doesn't mind.
Well, so is Gina.
That's true. Right then, Odo, leave it to me.
Sorry?
We're going to get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time.
I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina.
Oh, sorry. Oh, right.
I thought that was Toby.
Never mind. Ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss.
Poor Gregson again.
Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have you? Go on then, boy. Oh, he's such a good boy.
Yeah.
See you later.
We should follow her.
We should. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop.
Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the Channel to France.
Oh, that's true. What if he got the scent even stronger there?
Yeah. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have some things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit.
Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture.
Okay. To Madame Tuspel's. 23rd October, Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxworks. Haha, I timed it correctly.
Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. Still like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course.
Susatavan really is after something sweet today, isn't she?
Eek!
What's the matter?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before.
No.
It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, down to the very last detail.
Aha!
What is it?
Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself.
Ah, it's the friend of my dedicated employee.
Oh yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I must say, I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious work is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, this mystery is solved already.
Wow. Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. He was pretty
So
hungry.
as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yes.
His habitual duties? Hello? Do not disturb, huh?
Poor Susato-san. She looks very perplexed.
Okay.
I mean, we have to examine, surely, even though we've been told not to disturb.
We must disturb. We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello. But where is he?
I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh. What do you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I, the world-famous great detective and waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes. Oh no!
Oh.
No! She fainted! Susato-san! Susato-san! Surprise, Susato-san. Yeah, should have been. My most humble apologies.
I thought I'd died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point.
Oh.
As long as it's not of questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved?
We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume? Indeed we are, my good fellow. As predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of pie, proverbial or otherwise. Or any food so far today, for that matter.
Oh, he hungry.
He real hungry.
Oh no!
Oh, that's a rumble and a half. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So, how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, do you remember I said it was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh, yes. It's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. So you didn't so much solve the case as you just paid the ransom. That's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Do you think one of the things that was found that was a body was a waxwork?
Oh.
Like, maybe there's one of Asman or one of Drebber or something. It was placed as a waxwork to appear as if it was a person. Or a person two places at the same time or something, you know? Maybe the person that was inside the balloon was a waxwork or something. I can't imagine we'd spend so much time on the Waxwork Museum and all the Waxwork-related side questery if that didn't have something to do with the main case. Yes, I think perhaps... I think so. I think it has to be involved somewhere. The ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. Yeah, exactly. Like, well, take it and then pretend all we wanted was ransom. Meanwhile, we've already used it for the disguise and the case or whatever. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Surely a forensic investigation team wouldn't mistake a waxwork for a real person. Well, either because all she did was say that the fingerprints was the same on both sides of the scene, right? That could have been placed afterwards or before or something like that, you know? Or she's just in on it and she's lying. There's also a possibility. There's that too.
Your negotiating was entirely unnecessary.
A fact that I must ask you to keep. A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspel's at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? We do indeed.
Can we see it?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to see. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh?
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in better position to help. Well, we have a photo. Yes, Trevor's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Okay, do we present first, or do we go into Kazuma? I think we present first, probably.
Yeah.
Right, here
Wait,
you go.
I'm not in the right thing, am I?
Oh yeah,
Must
we
be
need to
on this
present,
one.
yeah. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. Well, I mean... So, looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, forgive me. Very interesting. This, very interesting indeed.
What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden.
Drebber is the professor who was involved in the case of the Hound of the Baskervilles, where Kazuma was first met everyone and decided the plan along with Strongheart, and it's building up to be this massive conspiracy with like so many people involved at this point. Like Susato's dad, Lord Strongheart, Kazuma, Mr. Sholmes, this professor guy, something probably with like Barak's brother. It's like a huge thing sitting somewhere, and we're just like tearing at threads slowly.
Yeah.
Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruto, say that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed. And wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Sogi. Okay, we are still not sure. I don't think so.
Yeah, it feels like quite a leap to go.
I think it's a huge leap. Like, they've just... Like, he was sort of similar with his presence and stance and vague look. And then they hear, like, oh yeah, he's amnesia. And they're like, aha, definitely Kazuma. It's a huge leap. Worth investigating?
Yeah.
Absolutely. But we can't go around and say that you definitely met him.
Yeah.
You're quite sure.
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Ha 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 ha! Priceless. Oh. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruto? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Oh, you bastard. Of course it is. We never find out the entire story. Every time it's like, but I will give you one final clue and then nothing else until the next case. And I'm like, you bastard. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruto. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it to the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone?
The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Very insistent. So, okay, what do we bet? Who is the professor? Is the Professor Drebber? Is the Professor Kazuma? Is the Professor, I don't know, someone else? Who does he look like?
Sasato.
Sasato, oh my god.
I reckon... I don't know.
I'm guessing Drebber at the moment, but who knows?
Drebber.
Yeah.
I think
Toby.
it's going to be Van Zeke's brother.
Okay. The presser looks like Clint Van Barrack. Fair enough.
I don't know anymore.
Yeah, it could be anything at this point. But my guess is
It could
Trevor
literally
anyway.
be. Yeah, Toby the dog.
Toby the dog. Yeah, because it has gone very much all over the place. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. No, it's kind of hard to read you, friend.
It is. Or
Can
what
never
if
tell
it
with
is,
you,
yeah,
that's the point.
Assman?
Assman?
Assman or Trevor?
So the Assman is the professor as well, or looks like the professor? I don't know, but he paused when he saw the picture of Drebber, remember? Like when we showed the picture, that's when he was like ... you know?
Yeah, I'll go with Drebber. I just feel like if the professor is meant to be who killed Van Zeke's brother, wouldn't he have like given more of a like I really want to find him vibe?
Yeah, you'd think
That's
so,
my
yeah.
only...
Yeah,
again,
because he had
weird
very
dude.
little. But then again, he's always like that. It's like he'd probably tell us like, I didn't feel it was your business to know. Mwahaha. You Nipponese would forgive. I don't know. He'd be someone like that. Yeah, he'd just be an asshole about it, probably.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go with Drebber.
Okay. I can never tell with you. That's the point.
Very well. It couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure.
It's going to be some real curveball. It's going to be like Iris's
Gregson.
dad or something.
Yeah. Well.
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit.
Exhibit.
Tried to say exhibition. I was like,
Special
no,
exhibition.
stop.
Through those heavy curtains at last. All right, here we go. Oh, you could have just moved us
that was going to
automatically.
be the
Come
reveal.
on. Yeah, me too. I guess we have to go on our own. 5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Shum slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us using her special skills.
Pickpocketing police officers and detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or ship-loving inspectors.
Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
Okay.
October, Madame Tispel's special exhibit. Okay,
Oh.
there's no head! Oh, that's the professor. Wait a minute.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it does look like maybe Drebber or maybe the coroner.
I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here.
Mr. Sato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home. We are really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already.
True. Actually, now I'm looking a bit more closely. We paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great detective is far. Why do they keep using that word? It's far more terrifying than anything else in this place.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely unsolved. Oh, largely solved.
Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer here, didn't he? But where? I mean, maybe the other figure? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes. We will get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-stan's voice tremble? So they kept the head? Or was was that not taken? I'm super. Yeah, exactly. Monocle,
Looks
right?
like a monocle.
Yeah.
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat.
And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look.
Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Can we? Why don't we just turn him around?
Oh.
Oh, we can. Look at his face. God damn it! It won't let us see. Okay, no. Turn to the left. Turn to the left. Left.
Oh.
No. Down again. Down again. And left. Down. More down.
Oh,
more down.
Oh, this.
No, I meant no. Sorry. Black monocle.
Yeah.
Okay. Why can't you? Okay. Why not? Why not? Why don't you just stand in front of him? What the hell, Ryunosuke? Why? Why can't you see his face? That makes no sense. I can't see his face very well. Can you? Perhaps if I just move my head.
Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruto?
I'll put it back exactly as it was. Don't worry. Is he just taking off the head? Ah, what did he do?
I think he just spun it round.
Okay. Oh, so I guess Maybe he didn't want to go into the graveyard area, so he just spin it
Oh,
around.
maybe.
Yeah.
What on earth? How can...
I don't believe it. A black monocle. Well, I mean, it's not black. It's like golden.
Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is...
Yes,
Oh,
it's Enoch Drebber.
the color of his hair is different, but...
It's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Yeah, I figured it was Sherlock. Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head. Toot the sweet, as madam would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ah!
Do you know, though, something about this room is strange?
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Mrs. Sato. Do go on.
And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it?
I think it's time I educated you a little. With the Sherlock Holmes recent and logical spectacular about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Okay.
Okay.
The resurrecting convict. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Hound of Baskerville!
Oh gosh, an enormous hound. How awful.
This reminds me of how annoyed I was with the BBC version of Sherlock, the recent one with Benedict Cumberbatch, and their version of the Hound of Baskerville being like the only reason. Okay, well, maybe I shouldn't. Well, no, I'll spoil it. Fine, it's dumb. Like, oh, it's a Hound of Baskerville. Ooh, big hound. Lol, no, it's just some gas that's making you think weird stuff is happening. And then the only reason you thought it was hound was because the letters on the goddamn shirt said HOUND. Like, all right, that's dumb. That's so dumb. That show, to be fair, I did really like the first 2 seasons of that show. I thought they were good. I enjoyed them. But afterwards, my God, did it go down the drain so bad after that. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No member of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity... As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging.
Oh?
He was buried in a grave in Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. So, Drebber isn't the professor. The corpse is the professor.
Oh, and it's him coming back to life.
Maybe. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh.
The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen?
Oh, and is that how he learned whatever tricks he then used on the machine?
Maybe, yeah. So this is a wax model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years. So they could. So that could have been who was stolen, the model of Enoch Drebber, and he was used in the experiment to make it seem like he was in a different place. I remember that whoever it was, I don't know, can't remember if it was Loon or whoever, saw Enoch shooting with a crossbow for the thing to break it, right? Like they specifically yeah. So if that was the real him, because I don't think a waxwork would have shot the crossbow, then another version of him must have been elsewhere to make it seem as if he was there. But it was Asman that was at the top of the stage and in the end at the birdcage on the other side. So why exactly they needed a double of Drebber? We don't really know that one yet. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of the night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. The experience scared him so much it turned his hair white.
Is gibbet is that just a fancy word for tongue?
Well, gibbet and I know this from Final Fantasy, where two of the finishing moves when you play the Reaper class is gibbet and gallows. I think they're both like different words. I think they do mean different things, though I'm not sure exactly what. Let's do a Google. A gibbet is an instrument of public execution, but gibbeting refers to the use of a gallows-type structure from which the dead... Okay, so what's the difference between gibbet and gallows, then? A gibbet is any instrument of public execution, including guillotine, executioner's block, hanging gallows, or rated gallows. Okay. So gallows is where you're hung, but a gibbet could include... a gibbeting is the use of a gallows-type structure. Okay. Yeah, I suppose. Very similar either way, both gibbet and gallows.
Yeah.
All right. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's not pronounced with a J? I don't know. Because it's not...
It's just gibbet?
No, gibbet. But I know it's called gibberish, you know, like gibber. And
Giblets.
And a giblet and a gibbering mouther, for example, which is a monster in D&D, or a gibberling. But I think gibbering or gibbet sounds better. But that's not how the rules of English goes. I don't think I've ever heard it said out loud, so I don't know. But then I know for a fact that I have heard others gib sounds being referred to as just gib. So, you know.
Yeah. It's so horrifying.
Thank you, Marin, by the way, for resubscribing. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen. Yeah, I knew it! I knew it. Sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photography, in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
Yes, what was he up to? The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into a complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, like Toby! Wait, no. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing it?
Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established, in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No.
No.
But that would mean Dr. Drebber, Mr. Drebber, must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
Unless it was a waxwork even then.
Yeah.
Well, maybe the police would have investigated the body in the grave and see, is this wax? I don't know. Because it could have been, like, maybe he left and then replaced the grave with a waxwork. Or something. I don't know. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard from him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But, the people in the jury was mentioning Enoch Drebber, like, with a history. Like, both the scientist guy and the magician guy were talking about, like, Enoch Drebber, he's been around, that guy. Hear. Yeah. So it's not like he all of a sudden appeared, this Drebber guy. So, he's been around. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Okay. Can we examine more in the scene?
This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor.
Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood.
The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. See, how... If they, like you say, if they had have just changed the body in the grave...
Yeah?
Would they have just lifted it up and just been like, oh yeah, he's in there?
See, that's what I'm thinking, right? Yeah, that was my, like, well, maybe not, because surely they would look at the body and then, well, would they though? Like, if you're going to, like, let's see if the body's still there, and they look and they see the body, would they, like, bring it up and start investigating it, or would they just leave it? I feel like in for good detective work, you would actually bring it up and investigate to see if it's at least been tampered with or anything's been left with or anything. But maybe at the time they were just like, no, the body's there. Let's leave it. We've seen that it remains. It was nothing after all. Maybe they could have done that, but
yeah.
I don't know. I think if I was suspicious of something, I'd done something with the corpse, I would probably investigate it when I bring it up, if that was the case. Yeah. I know. It looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? Well, only it didn't have a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Oh, this again.
Just poke it. Poke it with a stick.
Yeah, poke a little bit, see what happens. 139. Oh, the head itself.
So this is the condemned man.
Yes, the so-called professor.
You can see the look of shock on his face.
Yeah, you can tell. He's very shocked.
Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. Perhaps unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see?
Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it.
That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it?
Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum.
And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason. It means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Surely that's something they could find, right? Like,
Yeah.
talk to the police.
Although I guess if the identity was never revealed.
True, the identity was never revealed, but the police knows and the close court knows. But I guess they would have to ask specific people. But I mean, Madame Tisbellis would know because she drew it, so she would know what it looked like.
True.
You could ask her. Like, hello, you know the head? I wish that I still had the head. And then you go like, can you tell us what it looks like? Maybe we can find it. And then you would know roughly what it looks like.
Yeah.
Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket there. Is there? Where? Do you see it on the... I don't see it. I guess...
I'm guessing it must be whatever this is. Like maybe it's just inside.
Yeah. It looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece too.
It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say.
Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder?
From a crystal tower, perchance?
Yeah. So this was used. Maybe that's why they took off the head. Because they only had a head model of Mr. Assman.
Yeah.
Or something. This could go so many places. But I feel like we have clues out the wazoo.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as a big building, for example.
Well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too.
You don't mean...
Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition.
But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket?
It makes you think, doesn't it? The piece of broken glass has been entered into the court record.
Earlier in the court, we established the... yawn.
Earlier in court, I tried to push through and tried to speak through the yawn, but it didn't work. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discovered this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? I doubt it. Alright, that's probably it for examining him, I think, right? Can we examine more of Drebber? Or was that it?
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat.
Oh, is this what we had before? Oh, it is.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. We can do
photography.
Camera.
The candle is lit. What's this here?
Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera.
A camera? But it's so small. Heh, you should see my camera, bro. Mine is way smaller. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mrs. Sholmes' skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera?
I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment the dead body came back as a ghost on film. Okay, well then he would have been ready for it though, so.
We'll just borrow this for a
What?
little while, I think.
You just take the camera. I'm just gonna steal this.
By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken.
Okay, but this isn't the
We're
actual
assuming this
camera.
is the exact one.
Yeah, like what's a photographic plate?
It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming through the lens. If we open the cover on the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look.
You should see yourself, Sasato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Okay, do we... I guess we go into our court record and find it. We can check the thing, yeah. That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese Chochin paper lantern, is it actually? Lantern.
Lantern. Chochin. Wait, do you say that was Cochin or Chochin?
I said Chochin, but I don't know.
The point is it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it.
I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. Can we check the cross?
Okay.
No, I don't think there's anything. All right, let's check in the court record. No, okay, we're done apparently.
Oh.
Ah, it's Gina.
Oh. What the bleeding Nora, Odo? What have you gone and done?
Gina, what are you doing here?
I asked Iris and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gina, not so loud in the museum.
Madame Dispels will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern.
I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so...
Oh my
All right,
god!
Gina, we understand, but please put down the gun.
She's very upset.
Sorry, I got scared.
You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina?
What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy old Coke's workshop.
What? You found Trevor's workshop? Toby, you good boy!
He's a good boy.
A good
He's
boy.
A good boy. Yeah, Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. All right then, see you there.
Oh, he doesn't seem happy. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here. Being still. What? I know my place.
Where's his eyes gone?
In the exhibit over there. Oh,
Terrifying.
no. Yeah, it is.
Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself.
Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that. I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No, we're walking. We cannot afford a carriage. No offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then?
I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go.
Did you want to leave it there?
Yeah, I was gonna say we're about to hit 4 hours. I'm getting a little bit.
And I'm getting stuffy in this room.
Yeah.
I think we're both stuffy and yawny.
Yeah. It hasn't quite ended yet. I think we'll probably have a little bit, but that's fine. We can do the final bit of this and go into the trial next session. I think that should be fine. So let's pause it here. Return of the Great Departed Soul. Kazuma. If it is Kazuma, I don't know, man. Like, it probably is, because it feels cruel to introduce that as theory and then not be it, but I feel like they've jumped on it pretty quick. And also, then just not followed up. Like, if you actually think it's your friend who's like, surely you don't just let him go away.
You'd like run after him, wouldn't
you?
You
run after him, talk to him, get a doctor to speak to him, see if you can find out anything. You don't just say, "Oh, it's you, my long lost best friend and mentor." It's like, and then leaves, and you're like, "Bet you that was him." Like, come on, chase after him. You know, jeez. All right, yeah. So next session will be just a tiny bit left on the investigation, most likely. And then and then back to the trial, but that should be fun. Thanks everyone for watching. Yeah, we've been at this for 4 hours. It's a hot day, long day. I'm yawning. Briony's sweating. We're gonna have to pause it here. But don't worry, we'll be back next Friday for more Ace Attorney fun. I am getting very into the game now because it really feels, and this is, to be honest, this feels like the end of one game, which makes sense, I guess, because it has been released as one game. But this really feels like it's starting to tie everything together from the very start, from like every case, you know? And we're starting to get to the very end of it. Like all the conspiracies are coming through and everything. So I'm getting very into the story now, absolutely. And, you know, and Natsume is gone, so I don't have to do the Saseki voice anymore. So that's good.
Yeah, true.
Well, it wasn't his voice. I didn't really like him as a character, and I didn't want to see him 3 times, so that was a little bit much, you know.
He was very shouty as well.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
So much caps.
A lot of caps, yeah. Yeah, it's all coming together. And the crazy thing is there's still 2 cases after this, which I guess is going to build up even more. That's the crazy parts.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I hope you had a lovely time. Shout outs to everyone who subscribed and followed in both our chats. Briony muted to say thank you to yours. I didn't because I need to set up a decent mute button so I can do that.
I mean, mine didn't work in the end.
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
I think it must be a Parsec thing.
Yeah, it might be. Like Parsec seems to basically take.
It.
Yeah, like if you press it, like
on your computer.
Yeah, you're basically. Oh my god. What if you press a hotkey in Well, it should limit it to. I think that's probably it, right? Because if you type something in Parsec, it limits it to be in Parsec. So global hotkeys probably won't work. That's why there might be a problem with, unless you like Discord and push to talk and stuff, might be an issue in Parsec as well. Because it will sense the you're trying to press your button or whatever. Who knows? Anyway, whatever. That's some separate story. But yeah, that was fun, Brian. I hope you thought it was fun as well. I'm looking forward to continue.
I did have fun. It was
Excellent.
good.
It was good. Are you doing anything this weekend?
I might be seeing a friend who I've not seen in a few months.
That's cool.
Other than that, I can't think of anything.
Probably
chilling. Just staying cool.
Staying cool.
Temperature wise. Still being a massive nerd.
And being angry about wrestling. And yeah, I like it. Cool.
Writing angry letters to Christian.
Yeah.
How about you?
I am playing a little bit of D&D tomorrow, and then I'm running D&D on Sunday as usual. We are having the last D&D for a little bit because we're having it then, and then there's going to be Glastonbury next week Sunday. So both Blue and Duncan are going there. And then the week after, there's also some reason we can't do it. So then we're not going to do it until next time. And narratively wise, I think we are going to, unless they take forever, we're going to end this current session with them basically sorting out the last not side story, but the last bit of story that needs to be done before they move on to the big final dungeon where everything happens. So we're going to have one session where they finish all of this. And if they play their cards correctly, they're gonna get a blade called a luck blade, which has the property of the wish spell in it. So they'll be able to decide on their own to cast a wish spell, which can change a lot of cool things, which is really interesting. I'm really curious to see what they're gonna do with that if they get their hands on it. If they're unlucky that one of the bad guys uses a spell against them, that would suck for them. And then after that, I'll have some time to prepare for the big finale, which will probably take a few sessions, and then we'll be done with the campaign.
Nice.
Crazy. But it's very exciting. It's very exciting. So that's my weekend for the most part. And aside from that, I'm gonna be, playing games and watching stuff.
There's another play test this weekend as well. If anyone
Oh,
wants
yeah?
to spend the weekend playing Played Up,
Played
they
Up.
can do
Yeah,
that for the weekend.
that's always something.
Great.
Go. Right, everyone, have a lovely time. If it's hot where you are, don't worry. A shower is never too far away. Well, I mean, maybe for some people it is. Maybe I'm just bragging about not having far to go to my shower now. So maybe I'm just being kind of a dick. That's on me.
Unbelievable. These streamers are not down to earth at all anymore.
Flexing his proximity to his shower. Ugh. It is. It's just classism, is what it is. Anyway, enough rambling about. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Hope you have a lovely time. Goodbye, everyone in Briony's chat. Goodbye, everyone. Bye.
Bye, Rydia chat. Bye, Rydia. Bye.
Alrighty, pals. That's it for me. I pretty much said all the goodbyes I'm gonna say. So let's just throw a raid at someone. We'll raid Nilesy, why not? Let's throw raid Niles this way. Have a good time, pals. I'll see you all around. Double farewell for these. Actually, I don't know what this light. I feel like the entire stream I've been annoyed at the light for my webcam. I just really wanted to fix it better. It keeps not remembering the settings. I'm actually really annoyed. It's very good once I get it set up properly. Better than my last one. It keeps forgetting the settings. Anyway, never mind. Have a good time, everyone. Bye-bye.